go. Oh, I'm loving this game. It might not even jest at all. Yeah. That mimics.
I'm gone.
I am helpful,
This
am I
ancient
not?
font once sanctified water for church rituals, but demons have befouled it by filling the basin with human intestine. Its holy power might return if someone cleanses this place. Hey, what the hell do they do with all that shit? Cool. I got holy power. Power again. The corruption of the abyss retreats in the face of the cleansed relic's sanctified power.
Everyone counts on me. Follow my steps.
Awesome. I don't know what it does, but second time.
Let's head out. Let us be careful.
Stuff there, I wanna sell it all. I'm gonna come back and get it all. Hey, we finally got here. Okay.
Why did you drag me here, you wench? To mock me one last time? Go on, finish me! Drink my blood, devour my soul! Just get on with it. Let me die at last.
Staunton lies on the floor, wounded and glaring at Minago, with loathing as she leans over him, struggling to speak through his cut lips.
Staunton, light of my life, don't be so silly. I could never hurt you. I brought you away from the battle to save you. My love, you don't belong in this grubby city where everyone hates you. Come away with me. You know I have always loved you.
The Lelutu demon caresses his face, and the soft glow of a healing spell closes his wound. Like that. That is creepy. Blue eyes.
You lying filth! You have the gall to say that to my face? But it was you. It was all you. You're the reason I lost everything. You're the reason why everyone despises me!
So it was me who brought shame upon you in front of the people you called friends? It was me who mocked you year after year, spat on you, forced you to do dirty, demeaning work like you were a drudge, and not the bravest of knights. No, it was all of them, the Crusaders and their witless queen. If you remember the day Dresden fell, I asked you to be its new ruler. You refused, of course, you and your principles. But look what's become of you.
What a pathetic scene. Look what love has reduced him to. Then again, love is always a calamity of some kind. A shipwreck.
An odd, pensive look appears in Daywin's eyes. You know little about love, Daywin. Love brings happiness and affection, not destruction.
Yes, yes, of course. Affection, happiness, shared understanding, and dove-like glances into one another's eyes. And then, they lived happily ever after. I see you're one of those people who believe in fairy tales. Wonderful, entrancing fairy tales that have nothing in common with reality. Staunton is a fine example of love in the real world.
I'm sorry to say that there is truth in the demon's words. The Crusaders really have treated him terribly. I say this as a criminal who has been forgiven by other knights of Iomade. But like all demons, she has built a mountain of lies and deception upon this one grain of truth.
My offer still stands. Come away from here, my love. You will rule Dresden as a king, and I will be your queen.
Don't listen to her, Staunton. She lied to you before. She's lying to you now.
Listen to this. The deceitful queen servant has the gall to call me a liar. You know the truth, my sweet. I am the only one who has never lied to you.
Staunton gets to his feet and looks at the eyeless Leluti with a strange expression on his face. A mountain would sooner weep than this grim dwarf, but tears now well in his eyes.
Dearest, it's all right. I'm here. We'll never be parted again. Let's go. Come.
Whoa.
Get back!
Grasping his weapon, Staunton slashes at Minaga's eyeless face, and with surprising agility for one of his stature, flees up the stairs.
Curses! Ugh. Stubborn as a mule. Never mind, my pet. Never mind. You won't get far. You will kiss the scratch and beg for forgiveness. You will be mine. Wholly, eternally, and willingly.
Great. If I looks like she teleports around. Oh shit.
Be careful, everyone.
Iragnu? Oh god, it's a boss one. Level 10. Died. Oh damn. He did a lot of damage. Probably gonna one hit my tank. Powerful charge, oh man. Yeah. Good position. What's up the place now? here? 27. Defense is pretty good reflex and will type up from over as well. Oh my god. Oh, see that? You can do the smite spell, good. Fine, going away. Try and put me to sleep. Still blessed. Do Bane when it's closer. So Archon's over active. Let's play that. Invisibility, there's no initiative. Oh right, yes. Can't we move? Long reach back a bit. What I'm doing? Damage reduce. 0. What? What's damage reduce? Further out of the grease. We'll like stand halfway in it. 12-1. We can attack him, but he's still by the grease bit. That's what I win. That's great on.
Yes.
The Inheritor. I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Whoa, his attack bonus 23.
This was unexpected.
What's the saving throw? Armor, try out two different. Try out things. One.
Cover me, all right?
Yes.
cool. Did that work? Producing his armor. It did. Awesome, actually. Evil eye.
Pocket
Yeah.
wide open.
One hit. Aha. Go down. Nice. Reduces chance of resisting the grease. Okay. Yes. Right, got back up straight away. All the pets can distract him. Just not rest just yet. Let's see if we can buff up before it says.
Always be ready for the
Rely
worst.
on me.
I think there's not much left to.
Missed me already.
Together we stand.
Smile, the world's not ending just yet.
We should prepare.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
Something wrong?
A goat, a lizard,
bright
and a
future
human enter a
awaits us.
tavern. What'll it be, Lamb?
You can
The
trust
bartender
me.
asks.
Ask nicely.
I will help where I can.
My tail is restless.
Everyone counts on me.
I like your jokes, Lan. I like Lan.
We will win this war.
Let us bide our time.
Rely on me.
Oh, the waiting's never
Our
fun.
duty calls.
Together, we stand.
Yes!
Lead on.
Little big buddy here. the grease down after.
I shall not fail.
No reason to pause.
I'm all ears.
We will win this war. Lead on! They will break against our resolve.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
I'll cut you wide open!
You won't survive me.
Totally in him. There's Sonic arrows out as well. Big minute. Evil Eye. Just keep spamming that on him. You can resist the Evil Eye, but you can keep doing it over and over. -2 penalty on his skill checks. He's more likely to be knocked down by the grease then. Spamming that to Maria. There's anyone that's really going to be and Wojo. blood. Psalm 31. We got 17 or higher landers, so they hit him. Jesus. Financially. Did you see the army as well?
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yes, hit him. Critical hit. Nice, man. 40. Familiar, debuffing him. Okay. Dogs. But he's like nearly dead. You know. Shields, more armor than he did last time. Oh god. Everyone get him as well. Jeff in there too.
Cover me, alright?
Melee fighters, advance!
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Yes, man. Told you. Woo! Yeah. That was a fun battle. Ooh, great axe. Blocker. When this lands in a hit on the enemy, chance of knocking them prone for one round. Wow. Easy to resist that though. These difficulty 10 on each hit. Wow. Only 3 down.
Should prepare.
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
I can't see much of him. Law religion check.
I am helpful.
The
Am I
inherited
not?
symbol of Discari, the demon lord who attacked Canabris, drawn in human blood. Discari dot. Okay, human holding up a neck.
This is my kind of work.
Okay, it's right here. one big stone, no doubt about it. City's greatest sight before it was tossed here upside down, I guess. Then the Wardstone. Upon entering the chamber where the vanquished Wardstone resides, the Crusaders could have expected many things: an ambush, deadly spells, or a horde of enemies, but not an empty hall, still and silent, with no Minago or a henchman. Only the obelisk and glimmers of light dancing on the dirty floor. But then again, all is not as placid as it seems. Neil once again hears the seething choir. This time the voices sound louder, more insistent. One step, another, and suddenly Neil sees the Wardstone not as it was a moment ago, but somehow completely different. It is no monolith emanating light. It is a cage made of pure energy. The place where Descari struck looks like a festering wound from which tendrils of dirty red and purple darkness creep throughout the entire artifact. And there, inside, two hosts of flaming warriors are locked in battle. One is light, the other blood red, but they are all waiting. For what? Hearken unto the light warrior's word. The light warriors speak of duty, service, and sacrifices made. Their words reveal the truth of the Wardstones. Each one contains a host of angels, volunteers from heaven who committed to this indefinite imprisonment in order to guard mortal kind from the demonic threat. They make no complaint. They ask no easing of their burden. If the goddess and her herald offered them the same choice again, they would consider it the ultimate honor to sacrifice their freedom for the cause. The angels know Descari's evil plan. When the last of the light warriors falls, the Wardstone will become a deadly explosive that will destroy everything around it, and the other obelisks in the chain will meet the same fate. The light warriors pray for help. They plead for someone to strike down their fallen brethren. Those who succumb to the demonic corruption are already beyond salvation, but if they are stopped, it will allow the Wardstone to heal and the light host to continue its duty. The crystal chisel discovered in the ruins of Canabris is the ideal weapon for this task. It will cut out the corruption along with those who have succumbed to it, and restore the Wardstone's full power. The eyes of the Aeon, until now slumbering peacefully in the hero's soul, awaken. They urge the hero to look upon the Wardstones through them. The Aeon's eyes wish to see. Aeon, the Angel of Law, killed by Descari, that dagger we found. Crystal dagger. What does the Red Warrior say? The Red Warriors speak of pain and lies and disillusionment. Their words reveal the truth of the Wardstones. The barrier surrounding the world wound is built on the bondage and suffering of countless angels. Every injury dealt to the Wardstone, these angels experience as physical agony. The pain is driving them insane. Deceived by the hollow platitudes about duty and service, they suffer torment day after day for the sake of ungrateful mortals who do not even know their names. Enough! The Red Warriors know that their blades, now turned against their former brethren, hasten the triumph of Descari and his servants. Once the Wardstone has been wholly conquered by corruption, it will become a deadly weapon under the demon's control. Some of the obelisk's prisoners beg for freedom, while others pray only for death. But they all agree that this existence is unendurable. The crystal chisel discovered in the ruins of Canabris is a perfect weapon for a massacre. It cannot force open the door for those who wish to escape, but it can destroy the Wardstone along with all its prisoners, willing and unwilling. None will be able to claim victory, but all will be gifted a merciful death that will end their suffering once and for all. say the red ones have been corrupted. Little angels, some of the angels have been corrupted, and they want to break out now. They want the demons to, because they just want to break out. Look on the angels with the Aeon's eyes. The eyes of the Aeon pierce through essence, matter and time, and reveal the truth of the ward stones. The stones are just as much a perversion as the world wound itself. The demons are not of this plane, but this did not give Iyamade and her herald license to disrupt the balance still further, by imprisoning untold numbers of angels in a stone. A crime committed in the name of good does not offset those committed in the name of evil. It only multiplies the harm done to the cosmic order. Aeon. The stone should be destroyed because the angels are there unnecessarily as well. Angels should not be in the mortal world, nor the demons. Aeon must get rid of the ward stones and close the world wound. Make a decision. There it is, the fate of two angelic hosts, faithful and fallen. And the fate of Canabris, perhaps even Lord Mendev, now rests in the hero's hands. How will he proceed? Whatever this crystal chisel may be, its power is great indeed. It can destroy the stone along with all its inhabitants, or it can mend it by killing the angel defectors within. What it cannot do, alas, is free those who wish to escape and keep the stone intact for those who wish to remain. The Aeon's eyes perceive a solution to the goddess's tinkering, one that will cost no lives. One strike with the crystal chisel at the perfect point, and the stone's magic will be destroyed, and all the angels will go to their rightful place, to heaven, or to the planes of chaos and evil. The remnant of the Aeon's power draws all that is left of the Aeon's existence to the hero, urging him to put things right. But somewhere deep within the hero's soul, the familiar ire seethes endless rage and bridled hatred. What will happen if it is unleashed here at the stone? Angel Mythic Path or Aeon Mythic Path? Cleanse the ward stone, destroying the fallen celestial. Destroy the stone and all the angels. Offer the red angels peace by terms of destroying them. Wield the stone's magic and return the celestials to their rightful plane, as the Aeon would have wanted. Unleash the demonic fury. We'll do that, I think. Use the crystal. Free all the angels. The Wardstone, the goddess's weapon used in her violation of the cosmic order. The demon-crafted chisel discovered at the scene of the very same crime. It would be only fair if both instruments ceased to exist in the same moment. One precise strike and the chisel will cut through the stone like a hot knife through butter, nullifying the criminal magic of the inheritor. With cries of terror and amazement, the imprisoned angels go to their rightful places, the faithful to heaven, and the fallen to the planes of chaos and evil. The chisel turns to dust, and with a blinding flash, the stone follows it into oblivion. The eyes of the Aeon look on in satisfaction. The Aeon's mission is complete, though it came at a high price. What remains of the Aeon can now rest in peace, knowing that the world is in good hands. And as for the mortal who brought all this to an end, seeing the world through the Aeon's eyes has left its mark on him. The Aeon's orderly worldview, not unlike a shifting grid of coordinates, has been imprinted on his eyes which will henceforth be able to see truths that often evade ordinary mortals. The Crusaders succeeded, the Angels' battle within the Wardstone has ended, and the threat to the entire chain of stones has been eliminated. Of course, this has won no guarantees of safety for the future. What happened here can happen again. The Mendarians can no longer rely on Iomede's gift as they once did. The danger has passed for now.
Look at them, Suture. They're rejoicing like children. The storm is coming and none of them sees it.
Shall we add to their festivities, my lady? How about a little lightning to burn their flesh?
Oh no, Suture. We'll leave such frolics to Discari's little gnats. We are here for something else. Something I have greatly anticipated for a long, long time.
Oh, that's him. Guy. Give me the crossbow. Shit. The blisteringly vivid memory releases you, and you return from the depths of the past to the present. You feel a fresh breeze on your face. The energy expelled from the Wardstone has blown the roof off the Grey Garrison. The Wardstone's energy suffuses you, and through you flows into your allies.
All my aches and pains, for the first time ever, they're gone.
What are you doing here? How? I see. Tricks from your pathetic goddess. So even Iomade will resort to dirty tricks when you have her cornered. Don't celebrate yet, mortal. There's no one to hide you from me now.
How did Minago get here? She doesn't rush into the chamber. She's been here the whole time. Some unknown spell has stopped you and your enemies from seeing each other. Wow. Goddess Iomade. The god cast a spell means they can't see each other. I can complete my mission.
Look, you're already wounded. Pathetic mortal. I'll have no trouble finishing you off now. You'll die anyway.
Looking down, you notice that the wound on your chest has opened up again and is bleeding as if you were hit by a sword. But there is no pain. All you feel is power filling you. Right before your eyes, the edges of the wound start to join and heal until it closes fully. Minago's face twists in frustration. What? You'll die anyway. Demoness looks formidable with her entourage around her, but her threats ring hollow to you now. You look at her and feel like a titan looking at an ant. Overwhelming, all-conquering power fills you. What? That little demoness? Those irritating hordes of the abyss? The gods themselves are your only equals now. Now, Minago, you'll answer for your cry.
There is only one law in this world. Strength. And only one crime. Weakness. Be honest. Do you really think you have strength on your side?
I knew a woman who thought the same thing. It never led to anything good.
Your goddess sent you to die. You think that's a victory? All you've done is postpone the deaths of all the other mortals. And not even for very long. But your wait for death is over. You won't see what I'm going to do to your little friends, because I'm going to kill you right now.
Do not fear! Do not waver!
Mythic power. You're imbued with mythic powers. You gain 2 additional attacks per round. Plus huge increase to your hit chance. All your attacks ignore the enemy's damage reduction. You automatically get confirmed critical hits. You deal an additional 1,100% divine damage. Double damage. Every first attack you make deals loads of divine damage in a line or curve in front of you. Cannot be knocked down. Get 10 damage reduction. Huge resistance against acid, fire, electricity, sonic, and cold. All your spells ignore enemy spell resistances and energy resistance. Enemies fail all saving throws against them. All healing and support spells regenerate you your health really fast as well. All your offensive spells deal an additional 100% damage and make the target sick and chill.
Attack!
You've got worse spells than these, that's all. Yeah. Even my allies have got like good shot with that. 17. God, the hit chance. Like absurd. Unleash power.
was unexpected.
Okay. That's the ending I envisioned. Oh no. Okay, we skip after that.
I hope you appreciate this.
This is my kind of work.
Look at them, Suture. They're rejoicing like children. The storm is coming and none
Still
of
just
them
beats play
sees
really
it.
good. I thought I was just like, oh no.
Shall we add to their festivities, my lady? How about a little
Yeah,
lightning
you
to
still get your
burn their flesh?
minimal
Oh
damage.
no,
but still
Suture. We'll leave such frolics to Discari's little gnats. We are here for something else.
Try that again.
Something I have greatly anticipated for a long, long time.
What an odd sensation. I've had my fair share of perception-altering experiences, but this is a novel one.
What are you doing here? How? Ah, I see. Look, you're already wounded. There is only one.
I knew a woman who thought the same thing.
Your goddess sent you to die. You think that's a victory? All you've done is...
Be careful, everyone.
Buff this right now there. But we've got all our spells back though. Less than all our buffs active. Good.
crossed the wrong mongrel.
Wow, there's the heal spells and buff spells.
Attack!
What's that? Plasma putrefaction. Wisdom score damage. Sleep. Shit, what's the sleep? Crap. That's not good for a long time. Wow. Rock. 9. He's infected. I did damage. Got regenerating health so quickly there. Ah, nice. Oh, made that run away. Just keep spamming that. Lydia. I think, could you get rid of it? Sleep. Fast healing won't last though.
Yes.
We need to do the debuff.
I'll cut you wide open.
Minago over. At least. Wow, she's still up there. She did so much damage. Like, that's really insane. We find out. Why isn't magical blur this thing? Oh.
Your blood.
This was unexpected.
God, he's just
This pain is so necessary.
The light take you.
Oh, fucking waste down. I'm gonna do everything. What's the sleep? Even after all that, what's the sleep?
This'll leave a bruise. I'll just sit here. Don't.
Damn it! Wish that whole cutscene again. Do not put the beast down, I just ruined everything. What's the sleep though? Hey. What the hell? He actually spawns us there somewhere away off camera.
Look at them, Sucha.
Shall we add to
They're
their
rejoicing
festivities, my
like
lady?
children.
How about a
The
little
storm
light
is
to
coming.
burn
Oh no,
their
Sucha.
flesh?
We'll leave such frolics to Discari's little rats. We are here for something else. Something I have greatly anticipated for a long, long time.
What an odd...
What? Oh, look. There.
I knew a...
Your god.
Is this mind effects? I don't have anything against that though. this was called Regen for a while.
You've crossed the wrong monk.
I'll cut you wide open!
Damn, put time to sleep. Done some of those. Just attack. Ah, okay. Try it again.
The spirits demand your blood! You are today's sacrifice!
Don't worry about me.
What? Got familiar. No, see that. No, I'm not doing.
I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Stunner. Dude. Even with his power, puts all to sleep.
Tactical retreat!
This is not my time.
All your fault!
Nago. Everyone's so good there. We'll just go for Minago before she starts going crazy on a rampage. I think. That's what we're probably meant to do.
A bright
I
future
shall not
awaits
fail.
us.
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
You can trust me.
Give me. Get her. damage. The others can't really do that much. It's her. She goes like on a raid and just... What's that guy? Who is she now? Transform into again. Who's that? Okay. Goes to replicate one of the seniors.
Whoa!
What are you doing here? How? Nice. Look. There is only...
I knew a woman who thought the same.
Your god.
Yet another obstacle.
Out of my sight!
Cover me, all right?
Attack!
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
thought. This is how it feels.
I feel faint. Learn from my mistake.
Really nice, but how the problem?
Just sit here.
Do differently here. No, no. Now you're turning on, and this does plus 30 modifier and attack. Oh my, what? He just slaughters it. 30 armor. The armor, she does a 30 modifier. Fucking hell, that's wicked. Might actually get it with grease, didn't we actually? We just see, analyze that before we go. Or stats down. Ridiculous armor, but due to our mythic thing, all enemies fail saving throws against them. Yeah. We got a huge boost to damage. We only got a huge boost to armor though. Some, not a lot. Just more damage. But if you try and knock them down, it will always work apparently. No matter their saving throws. So I think we're going to do that. Oh yeah. Deja vu of deja vu of deja vu of deja vu of deja vu. Deja vu. Serious angelic music. Skip.
What an odd sensation.
What? Oh, look, you're...
Hold position one.
There is...
I knew
your goddess.
Be careful, everyone.
my sight.
Ora.
Aha! Movies everywhere. Use this place up. That we fail. No matter what you sleep on it there. Still, always hold all melee fighters hold position.
I will see to your demise. Armor 28. Ah, even with Mythic Power. New rapid shot. Better.
I'll cut you wide open!
Does that work? Evil Eye works on him. Bane. These spells basically work. Armor 48 armor. Plus 19, so plus 20. To get it with the strike. Say the true strike for her.
You've crossed the wrong mark. Your performance is lacking. You are lacking.
I'll do... just stay knocked down forever because of the grease. And yeah, just stay knocked down forever though. It's grease on here. And on the archers. Hey, they come to join the battle.
Is this a mock fight?
Whoa. That deals 85 damage to Nago. You deal an extra... Oh my god, he got a critical hit, he got a critical hit. And he does double damage on top of the critical with the divine damage. His second hit. Okay, second phase. Block here. After the block. 2. Two blocks now. Still knocked down. What the hell? 21 is like knocked down. Leave life. Okay. Okay. Find this again.
You won't survive me.
Damn quick. The other woman's kind of tank. Yeah. Immune to being knocked down. Tech modifies 18. This Naga is still down. That is rocks.
Endure this!
Don't worry about me. I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Cover me, all right?
Get a second opportunity on her when she gets up to do that.
Make every strike count.
Down again. God, by the power of the gods. He rolled a 1. Are you kidding me? This is always a miss, no matter what. Attack bonus was 39. But yeah. I'll do that a bit. Still possible to miss him. God, it's so hard to get her. Wardief can probably get her though. I don't want him to go out there by himself. That's the problem. Just let Land try as long as he can. He's still got some hits. And then send Wardief out there. strike. Plus 20 to your hit chance. Like, insane amount. Got so much armor, he needs to. Strike. Wild chapter. Time. Again. Oh nice, they even got a critical hit. There's always a hit, no matter what. Natural 20. Natural 20, yeah. Awesome. We put 20 dice rolls. Yes,
How are you doing that? Where is your power coming from?
All traces of Minaga's bravado have disappeared, and now her voice trembles with panic.
Minago! To me!
Staunton, my darling, I knew you'd come back for me.
Shut it! Get over here now. Get behind me. If you want to finish her off, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Killing me won't be a challenge, I know. But I can last long enough to give her time to escape.
Yeah, she's joining him, yeah. Staunton, don't do this.
Don't do it? And why not?
So have a chance to redeem yourself.
Staunton, it's the truth. The Crusaders of Canabras have treated you like dirt, but we would never do that to you. We are your friends.
Shut up! I've been listening to fairy tales about redemption for 70 years! Enough! Not another word!
And also, well, as well, isn't he? Doesn't love you. Demons don't know how to love.
You think I don't know that demons cannot love? You think this is news to me? I know that lying wench can truly love me. But what of it? Maybe I love her anyway. No matter what. And if I don't, what's it got to do with you? Enough talking. Minago, cast your spells and get out of here. I'll hold him off. Quickly! Before I change my mind.
No, my sweet, I won't abandon you. We'll leave this place together, and we'll go where we can be happy.
Go. Let me finally. God damn it all! Let's go!
Staunton clenches his teeth, swallowing the rest of his words. Panting, looks between Minago and you and back again. At last, the dwarf nods. The demon and the traitor vanish in a magical haze. You feel the energy thrumming through your body and soul start to fade. It doesn't leave you, but it hides somewhere deep down, leaving behind a small amount of incredible energy, as well as the understanding that you will one day master that inconceivably huge power. Mythic Hero. You've gained your first mythic rank as a mythic hero. There we go. Starting a whole new track of development, independent from your class levels. Every time your mythic rank increases, you and your companions will gain new mythic abilities or mythic feats. Your mythic rank will increase as the game's story progresses. We did it! Staunton betrayed us still. like a new level sort of thing. Separate thing.
The road awaits. The spell. We should prepare.
Dots. Marconium. From all my choices. Something, I don't know. Mythic path here. Mythic rank 0. Mythic hero. Mythic heroes are set apart from their contemporaries, capable of amazing feats of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. In spite of this, they're still similar in many ways to other adventurers. They have hit points, an armor class, and saving throws. In fact, most of their statistics are comparable to non-mythic characters of an equal level. Where mythic characters differ is in their special mythic abilities. These abilities enhance mythic characters both in and out of battle, allowing them to take part in extraordinary, larger-than-life adventures. An Aeon, an angel, and a Zata, and a demon. Got an Aeon as well, though. Look at that, what is that? What even is that? Can I not pick those yet? I have to pick just Mythic Hero first. First Ascension. At first rank of the character's mythic progression, they need to select their first Ascension ability. This ability is usually closely tied to the source of the character's mythic powers. It does not determine the character's choice of a natural mythic path later, but the source of the powers and their mythic path are closely linked. The character must be aware of their connection to the source and select the ability linked to it. What in the hell? Ascension. Bypass epic damage reduction. Bypass damage reduction against ability at first tier and every odd mythic rank thereafter. Select one new mythic ability. Up to 10. Nothing else comes out. You don't die until the total number of negative hit points becomes equal to or greater than W Constitution score. Bit of fun. Mythic characters can draw their power from chaos to gain an ability to create 3 illusionary copies of themselves. Those copies last for 1 minute per mythic rank and act like the mirror image spell, protecting the character from attacks. Those characters can use this ability 3 times per day. Mirror image, basically. On the 2nd mythic rank, those characters become more creative, gaining +3 to all skill checks. You become more creative. Creative approach. On the 2nd mythic rank, mythic characters that draw their power from chaos become more creative. Summon Will-O-Wisp. Summon Will-O-Wisp. The ability summons a Will-O-Wisp for 1 minute. Summon monsters appear where you designate. Will-O-Wisp. Close to the Abyss. Mythic characters that draw their power from the Abyss grow a pair of horns, gaining a gore attack. Melee attack. This attack is made at -5 to normal. Extra attack. And deals a little 1 to 8 damage. Plus 1.5 times their strength modifier. Piercing damage. Counts as cold iron and magic. On the second mythic rank, the characters become even closer to demons, gaining 20 electricity resistance and immunity to poison. And an immunity to poison. This is immune to electricity. Babao. Close to the heavens. Mythic characters that draw their power from good, gaining the ability to unleash a ray of heavenly light, targeting an ally or foe within 50 feet. This ray heals allies. Or deals the same amount of damage to enemies. Use it 3 times per day. Plus an extra time per mythic rank. Immunity to petrification, resist acid and cold. Summon Spirit Paladin. Dance Macabre. Mythic characters that draw their power from death can channel negative energy to deal damage to living creatures, or heal undead creatures. Channeling energy. Area burst around you in a 30-foot radius. They can take a will save to half the damage. The difficulty is 10 plus mythic rank plus the character's one of the character's charisma, wisdom, and intelligence modifiers, whichever is higher. All excess healing is lost. The character may channel energy a number of times per day, 3 plus the mythic rank. Doesn't provoke any attack of opportunity. Level 2, they're gaining even greater mastery of negative energy. They're gaining an advantage in combat against enemies that use negative energy, such as the undead or Nabasu demons. They become immune to negative levels, gain +4 against resisting instant death magic. +2 to armor, saving throws, weapon attack, and damage rolls against creatures with negative energy affinity. Against undead and Nabasu demons. Do we meet Nabasu demons in it? Force reality. With the characters that draw their power from lore, gaining the ability to force reality upon the enemies around. Every enemy around the mythic character within a 30-foot radius is a target of a greater dispel effect. Affecting only illusion spells that are on them. Blur, mirror image, thing. At level 2 you can also dispel all negative effects, magical effects on his allies. Summon a wood golem for 1 minute. Rectify state. Instrument of freedom. Characters that draw the power from freedom gain the ability to unleash a bolt of energy from Elysium itself. Plane of Elysium. Targeting an ally or foe. Deals damage. If used on allies, the bolt instead charges your allied weapons. Companion's attacks deal additional holy damage on hit. Counters good weapons. Good against demons. +4 against same thing against mind affecting effects. Summon a Zata Bralani. Mythic ability. Ascendant summons. The creatures you summon gain a piece of your mythic power. Oh my god. Their attacks now ignore damage reduction. Except N minus. What's N minus? To all the stats to 1 plus half your mythic rank. But most importantly, ignore damage reduction. Damage reduction. Oh my god. Just for that alone, that's what I want. Yeah. Oh my god. I can get that now. Oh. Holy shit, for some reason I get all of a sudden now. Oh my god, it's like saying more, even more feats and some ability. This game is like so deep. So much going on. Hey Wolf, what are you doing? You've learned a way to increase the number of spells you can cast per day. Cast 4 more spells per day of first, second, and third ranks each. Oh my god. 1, 2, and 3 spells. Your attacks are now less affected by luck. You don't automatically miss when you roll a 1. You're Ambassador of the Mage Armor spell. If you cast Mage Armor on yourself, it gives an additional armor bonus equal to Mythic rank. On yourself, I do not know. I'm thinking Zatter's Freedom 1. But I'm not sure. My character is a summoner, and summoner is Zatter's later, so I'm thinking it might be kind of cool. But I don't know. We know. Oh my god. Cool this. Okay, well that's the next couple of hours reading all this. That's the shapeshifter. Send an element. The damage of that energy type you deal can no longer be prevented. Wow, that's awesome for an evoker. I'm probably getting that first. Battle meditation. Usual dexterity. All allies in morale bonus. Hit chance damage to 1 plus 1 plus 3 mythic rank. Extra hit chance. It's a standard action. In the range, maybe the healer, maybe the buffs, or the range ones. Plus the hideous laughter spell. Another random enemy is also affected. As long as the chain continues, as long as they continue to fail. Oh, that's gonna be good on the healer, David. Cast a Cure Wound spell, another healing spell. It becomes reach. You have to be near them. Hit points restored depends entirely on your caster level. Wow. Ooh, the healing spell scale. I thought he has a feat that does that already though. Can my dog, my pet, get mythic rank? Natural attacks now all damage reduction as well. It's summoned, but my pet can get that. Each time you deal critical damage with your ranged weapon or kill an enemy, you deal your weapon damage to all other enemies as well. Oh my. Lan is gonna F them all up. Each time you're targeted by an enemy spell, you can teleport to the spellcaster. Choice 2. For the wall GIF, sneak attack them, but I don't want, yeah, they're gonna go after him if he goes far away. If you hit an enemy with a ranged weapon, they receive penalty to armor against melee attacks equal to half your mythic rank. Wow, reduce their armor, you buff them as well. Well, that's Lan. Okay, well, let's plan this out. Lan's getting cleaving shot and distracting shot. What we got? Okay, mythic. Cleaving shot. Reaction shot. Hits. Juice enemy AC. Melee AC. Kills and crits. Nearby enemy. That is insane. Brutality incarnate on dog. Attacks, bypass, reduction. Let's go through this. Ascendant summons again. I'm gonna do. Summons, bypass, damage reduction, plus stats. I could get abundant casting. Not sure. Maybe. Level 1, 2, and 3 spells. That's like, it's like rare. I have 1 in 20. Ascendant element could be good for an evoker. So I was thinking of doing later on. Cannot resist element. Spell element. Battle meditation. You could buff on Daewon the healer. Allies. Boundless healing. Evils and evil scale. Wasn't there some feat he's got? Your cure spells scale with level forever. Enhanced cures. I can get, wasn't I? How is that different to that? Oh my god. Living shot. Domain Zealot. Can use the abilities of your domain as a swift action. What are those abilities again? What's one of them? It's the art of raining elemental spells on your foes. Find a way to empower them by combining different elements. Every time you deal energy damage, apply a mark to it. If during the next 3 rounds you deal energy damage to a marked target with a different type of energy, the target is dealt additional divine damage. So if you keep swapping elements, good for someone swapping elements. It wouldn't really tend to do that. The same if I do, the same person, not even allies. Okay, probably not. Usually focus on one element. Emergency help. 3 times per day, you can teleport to an ally who has less than 30 hit points. Your first healing spell or ability for a short while is empowered and maximized. Wow. Emergency help could be good on day 1 as well. Teleport to ally and it's gonna be a bit weird though. You might get aggroed though. Aggro enemy. Quick and 1 powerful heal. Bonus to next heal. Yeah. Prolong the effects of your beneficial spells. Oh my god. Effects of your spells that on your allies actually last longer than an hour. Shorter than 24 hours. Oh, that's 24 hours. Minutes. Level won't make it. Greater endurance spells should last longer than 5 minutes. Oh my god. Curing spells, greater endurance spells. Camellia does a lot of buffs. Might be good for her. This is all. Oh, I ain't done this yet. I copied and pasted from. And great endurance spells. Buffs last longer. Buffs last longer. So I'm doing a lot of buffs with them. Hold if 2. Yeah. My god, we're not even halfway through. Oh my god. Every time you damage an ally, right? You can motivate companions by hitting them. What? If you damage an ally, they gain +2 bonus on hit chance and damage. And +1 on saving throw. Mythic bonus. Could do that on day 1 and then do negative energy. So he hurts everyone a little bit instead of healing them. But he buffs everyone up and then heal them again. Enforced vigor. Get moving. Hurt allies with channel negative energy. Does that work? I've not got a selected channel on him yet. Channel negative energy. Question mark. Test it out. And buff them. You're always ready to unleash some extra attacks. Whenever you make an attack of opportunity, you gain a bonus to the hit chance and damage equal to your mythic rank. You can do another 2 attacks of opportunity. Ever ready Ever Ready is like a decent. Maybe I don't know about that one. Extra 2 extra attacks of opportunity. Do melee ones maybe. And then what? What else was it? Gain a bonus to your hit chance and damage. Damage on attacks of opportunity. Whenever any attack of opportunity you gain extra ones. A ranged weapon exposes every third hit with a ranged weapon against the same enemy deals extra damage. Ranged. Expose vulnerability. Lan. Third hit against same enemy does extra damage. Allies perform better near you. Allies within 50 feet gain extra initiative, saving throws against mind spells and their concentration. Mind spells. Maybe Daewon again, buff or Camellia. Daewon's only got a lot now. Inspiring isn't buff, so probably just for her. Extra resist mind spells and initiative. Something else as well with that. And concentration, but I don't really care about that. Mission is too important to fall in battle. Once per day, when your health drops low, and becoming unkillable for 2 rounds, you become immune to damage, but that would make you unconscious. For 2 whole rounds, once per day. That's pretty good on tank. See that? Survivability. Two rounds, 12 seconds. 2 rounds when P strikes make cracks in the enemy existence, leaving weak points for your allies to strike. Every time you hit a target in melee, leave a mark on it. Any ally attacking the marked target deals additional divine damage. Leading strike on the melee ones, maybe. Wolgiff and Dog could do on Sealer. Strike. Mark any melee target. Allies to extra damage. Do that on Wolgiff, Sealer and dog. Sealer, let's hear them now. You no longer have a limited amount of rage rounds per day. Oh my god. There's still more, oh my god. Oh, holy shit. This is insane. I've not done rage yet. Except rage from someone. Someone do like rage on us all, please. We can do that. Limitless rage. I don't know right now. Rage lasts forever, does that mean? Until you cancel it. Activating this ability grants you magic immunity and dispels any spell effects on you. But can you do it if you're already affected? And dispels any spell effects, even beneficial. Magic immunity. Lose your buffs though. I don't understand that one. Can you do it if you're like sleeping? Like put you on the sleep spell to undo it? Unknown. Didn't say much. Master Shapeshifter. Wow. Oh my god, I want to play through this again and as just Shapeshifter and then become a dragon again. That was fun. Not enough room now to be a dragon. Something else. Charge attacks deal additional divine damage. Charge. Your animal companion is just as mythic as you. Your animal companion gains a bonus to its strength, dexterity, and constitution equal to half your mythic rank plus 1. The attacks now ignore damage reduction. Wait. Can my pet not get pets don't get anything damage? Okay. Okay. Oh, what's I get feats on him? One dog. So you can't get these. But there was like penetrating strike. Oh no, you can't get it. You can't get that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to get that for him. To make him useful still.
I shall not fail.
Mythic Beast. Attacks now ignore damage reduction. Animal Companion. Animal Companion attacks ignore damage reduction. stats. So I got one for summons as well. So I'm definitely gonna get those two. Then Ascendant. Could get those. Should I get the companion one first, then before summon? So when do I get an next rank? Be a while. Some will still be shit. Shadow spells at 20% more real. What? What? Oh, it's the illusion. Okay. Time you miss with an enemy with a ranged weapon, your aim improves, giving you a stacking bonus to your hit chance against the same enemy up to a maximum of your mythic rank. Every successful hit lessens this bonus. Wow, increased hit chance. Ranged weapon. Oh my god, that's LAN. They're called ranging shots. Stacking hit chance against same enemy. Oh my god, he's gonna tear them to pieces. Go to maximum your mythic rank there. Probably not good early on then. Probably get that later. That'll be better later. Rupture of restraints. Frees you from all magical restraints. 3 times per day. Automatically dispel any effects that make you frightened, dazed, shaken, stunned, paralyzed, or confused. That is awesome. That is pretty good. Rupture restraints. Without on her, could that be good on her? Start going. Good on all of us. Break free of control spells. Awesome. Aeon, maybe? Battle meditation buff allies. I could get Camellia to do that if she does the buff stuff. I want him immune to control spells. That'd be good. I might move that over to Camellia. Yeah, so we only have like 4. Looks like. The bigger they are, the easier they are to hit with ranged weapon attacks. Oh wow. Gain a bonus to your hit chance equal to the enemy's penalty to their armor reduced to the side. What? So basically double their penalty in their enemy armor. Wow. Bigger they are. Then debuff. They are hit chance against bigger enemies. Gonna be the case soon. Sound of your blows is powerful enough to damage even without piercing through your enemy defenses to do sonic damage. Once per round, when you make a melee attack that misses the target, you still do sonic damage to all enemies around. Holy shit. Thundering blows on Orgif. Concealer maybe? Melee, yes, still does damage. Yeah, as well. Unrelenting assault. Yeah. So many good ones. What to pick? Oh my god. As long as you keep fighting, the power of your melee attacks keeps growing. Every turn, as long as you make at least one melee attack, you gain +2 to your damage rolls with melee weapons. What in the hell? Seems ridiculous. Well, I'm just gonna send out WOTR out there to obliterate them now. Stacking damage bonus long as you keep hitting enemies. Unstoppable. Anytime you would become paralyzed, you become staggered instead. All effects are actually less. Instead of feared or shaken. That's pretty good. It's like giving out control spells as well. Wait, what about the rupture restraints? As paralyzed and frightened and sickened as well. There's other stuff as well. 3 times per day, that's always. Probably go for rupture restraints. Over unstoppable. There's other stuff as well. Confusion. We'll see. Oh my god. And there's like oh my god. Chaos. Oh my god. Can you? No way. Become a large spirit naga. What? I still want to do a shapeshifting playthrough. What in the hell? There's so many as well. More feats. It's insane. One kind of meta magic. Spell level cost per use decreases by 1. To a minimum of 0. That mean anything? Oh, can you just apply this to level 1 meta magic stuff to all your spells? Prerequisite. Say. Right. Do favorite meta magic extend. Let's make all my summons last for free. As a bloodline ability, make them swift actions. A lot of bloodline stuff. Never really do. Oh my god. Which wandering hex? Was Rogue Sylvan Trickster level 2? Or Mage's Hexcrafter? What the hell? Or which little one? Select any witch hex. I'm going to use the ability to use the selected hex. Just use witch hexes, any class can, as long as you have 1 level 1 witch. Wow. 1 level 1 witch, you can use any hex. And 1 mythic magic. Why do elixirs from a distance? Shaman spirit. What do you use that? Which stuff? Alright, we've saved it. First one. Improve my summons. Summons now ignore damage reduction. Or my pet. Summons or pet. I'm gonna do both. We'll do the other one next. Summons right now are kind of like just be the distraction. But my pet isn't really doing much either by passing DR. Both quite weak right now and both need it now. What dog feats? Got again. Let's go do a load of teamwork stuff, critical chance. What else there is? You can't get that DR. There's Ascendant Summons, or Mythic Beast was. Gain bonus to Strength, Dexterity, and Constitution. Attacks now ignore DR. Like the same with the summons. Summons right now don't do much. Main spell, but so is my pet. I'll focus my pet first. Someone's a good distraction right now. I'll make them better later. Do that next. Beast. Anyway, are we sure we want to do this? I like the Izata one. I'm in Elysium. I can do damage. I can buff allies. I buff my pet. Companion, the pet's attacks with weapons deal an additional holy damage. Good for purposes. Count as good for the purposes of bypassing damage reduction. It's only for 2 rounds there. Can use it 3 times per day. Plus 1 per mythic rank. Get that to allow my pet to do some damage now and again. It's not long though. It's very short. It's only 3 times per day. I like the resist mine effects. She just put me to sleep just then in that battle. And all of this. And that is just annoying. Probably gonna go with the Izatas. Heal allies. Probably go that way with. I can always respec. New image. Kind of defensive, that one. Extra damage. go with that one and upgrade my companion. And then do summons. Do summons later. Bug. Where it says Cold Iron. Does it say Mythic Beast on your... Yeah, it does. Nice. Awesome.
Together, we stand.
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
Okay, so they just pick defeat you. 5. Oh my god, they get 5. So Lan. Ranged weapon kills and criticals hurt nearby enemies. Increasing hit chance, but that's limited, isn't it, by your mythic ranks? Probably better later on. Ranging shots. Up to maximum your mythic rank, yeah. It's probably best later on. Later on, that one. Third hit, does extra damage? Nah, he kills a lot. He does a lot of kills. That's just gonna be ridiculous if I get that. And they can get debuffs. I'm gonna go cleaving shot straight off. That just seems ridiculous. So we deal critical damage or kill an enemy, which happens a lot with him. You deal your weapon damage to all other enemies in a 10-foot radius around them. Oh my god. Penalty to armor equals half your mythic rank. Yeah, we're getting that first. Okay. That's melee. Okay. I think those two. Those are the hardest to decide. I'm gonna get rid of the horse. Horse
Something
is
wrong?
annoying.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Who? Me?
You. We go again. Stacking damage as long as you keep hitting enemies. When you miss with a melee, you still do damage. Your next attack of opportunity is less likely to happen. Leading strike and thundering blows. Every time you hit a target melee, any ally attacking the marked target deals additional divine damage. Mythic rank, skills with mythic rank. Probably later on then. Skills with rank. And thundering blows. Once per round, when you miss, you deal damage to all enemies in a 10-foot radius around you. That's not bad. Unrelenting Assault. As long as you make at least one melee attack. Does it have to hit? Does it have to hit? No. And just an attempt. In +2 bonus to your damage roll. Unrelenting Assault or Thundering Blows, I think, first. He does miss a lot right now, still. But that will mean when he does hit, he obliterates them. I'm gonna get Thundering Blows first, I think, actually. He misses a lot still right now. So that'll be like more beneficial right now. I think... I don't know, that seems pretty good. Once per round. Unrelenting Assault. With each melee attack stacks. Once per round. Once every 6 seconds, you can do that actually a little damage. I'm going to Unrelenting Assault actually. And then we'll get the other one maybe.
Oh, skip the pleasantries. Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Good healing ones for Darren. Ranged heals, no heal scale. Yeah. That's just good. They have to go close up. With all your heals scale. I was gonna get enhanced cures. Cure spells scale with your level forever. Balanced healing all heal spells scale. If I get that, then I can free up a slot here. Enhanced cures.
Miss me already.
Feet. Let's see, you can pick T, E. Enhanced cures. Oh, I want to read that again. Oh, it's one of these revelations, is it? Oh, right. Okay, it's not feat. Enhanced cures. Whenever you cast a cure spell, which is not all heal spells, maximum number of hit points healed is based on your level, not the limit on the spell. Scales forever. Cure spell. I think it's best to get that mythic one, then I free up that. And Ascendant Heal, Boundless Healing. Maybe you cast a Cure Wound spell or another healing spell. So cure spells or other healing spells. Comes do it at a distance. Don't have to go up to the, and the amount of hit points it restores depends on your level. No limits. No limits and others. And reach. Oh yeah. Here. Now these two, I'm not sure what it is.
I'll watch your back.
So she's doing buffs. Buffs last longer, enduring spells. Yeah. Sparring leader. Enduring spells. Wait. Oh shit. You did that many buffs.
Don't mind me.
Morgan does some buffs.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
There's spell books. You don't really have that many buffs actually. Mostly debuffs. Some there. I got that, just got that. These are He's got some buffs and control spells. Buffs and control spells. Buffs, debuffs. Buffs and debuffs. And some summons. Mostly buffs and debuffs. Buffs and control spells.
Open your heart to me.
What were the other two? Inspiring leader in battle meditation. I do want her to go a bit DPS though, with ranged weapon, like Lan. But she doesn't really hit them as much right now. Debuff them. She didn't do as much damage as Lan, but she could debuff them. Distracting shot as well. Sparring leader. Battle meditation. Inspiring leader. Cannot move when you do this. Lose your dexterity bonus to armor. But a pointer in the back is arranged. All allies within 30 feet. Get increased hit chance. And damage. Inspiring leader. Inspirational leader. Allies within 50 feet gain a bonus equal to half your mythic rank plus 1 to the saving throws against mind effects. I'll do battle meditation. Do battle meditation here. Stay ranged in the middle of a song. Back sword up. In the middle. Stay still.
We will win this war.
Probably less stand. What else have we got? Emulating soul. It's melee. Yeah, that's just a survivability one. It's like there's not many other survivability ones, is there? Tanky ones? Mark melee target. Rupture restraints. Look at that. Last stand. Becomes immune to all damage for a while. That's that. And then rupture restraints is also good. That's it. What did you after Mythic level 1? Okay. Oh, what goodies we got? Okay. You can that.
Thanks, Lan. You're so awesome, Lan.
Hey, your stuff. What stuff did you up? Okay. There's stuff down there. Wait, where's all the... Okay, so... Oh, there you go. Okay, I think you can do that pretty in the area. Every single weapon only there is.
The mongrel did it.
No reason to pause.
No! My mouse died.
I'll help where I can. The Inheritor, guide my blade!
I'm gone.
Right. Where are you going, lady? Everything. The tavern.
Make way. Warrior Queen coming through with a round for the heroes. Whoa, the heart is packed. And you considered nixing this little shindig, Beth?
When Nevia reaches the long table your party is gathered around, she heavily flops onto the bench and hands out the tankers of beer.
I did consider it, and I am still considering it. It hasn't even been a week since the last demon was booted out of Canoblis. And we really should be in a period of mourning for all the city's fallen. But the people deserve to celebrate. And he deserves to be honored for saving the city and possibly all of Menhav.
We did it together.
But someone did more than the rest of us. Don't deny your achievements. There will always be plenty of miserable folk only too happy to tear you down.
You won. Man. Wait. This lady. Who's that? Just saw in the cutscene.
According to the Watch reports, there has been no demon activity whatsoever outside Canoblis. I get the feeling the fiends are as shocked by what happened as we are. What happened in the garrison, what you did, it was a miracle. I truly believe that the gods remembered us and decided to intervene.
Beth, come on, you agreed. No serious business today.
All right, I'm done. No more. Who would have thought we'd be celebrating a successful attack on the Grey Garrison, our own fortress, and that we'd blow the roof off the place?
It's simply unforgivable.
Comes the cheerful voice of someone sitting at the far corner of the table.
While we're on the topic of the roof, there's already a rumor going around that you have been blessed by Iomade herself. And it was her power granted to you that destroyed the garrison's walls and roof. And it turns out the people want a little piece of that blessing for themselves. The townsfolk are gathering chunks of the garrison's rubble as souvenirs and talismans. And I'm sure they'll hit the black market soon enough. Oh, yeah. Here, breathe on this for me. For good luck.
Nevia pulls a piece of grey stone from her pocket. Breathe on the stone, we need all the luck we can get.
Nice. I'll put it on display at home. Or maybe I'll make a hole in it and wear it as a pendant.
Nevi! What are you on about now?
What do you mean? Do you see many people at this table who've been personally blessed by Iomade herself?
I think my breath's blessed. Do you find that that's mistaken?
Well, a couple perhaps.
It's the same mirthful voice that joined in before. Who is that?
Iomade's blessings are not conveyed through stones, and as public officials, we really shouldn't.
Elizabeth looks to the end of the table where the voice originated, and her eyes widen as her words trail off. That's not Queen Galfrey, is it?
I feel a little chastened after what you said about public officials. But I myself have acquired a few pieces of stone, and also wish to ask our hero to breathe on them for good luck. So, what now? Are you going to toss me out of this fine establishment?
The woman dressed in unshowy finery raises her eyebrows.
Your Majesty.
Yes, it is I. I made the journey here to deduct the cost of repairing the garrison roof from your salary. We have not been introduced. Galfrey of Mendev.
The woman rises from her seat, approaches you, and holds out her hand. Kiss her hand. Do not move. Shake her hand. Didn't expect to see the queen at her table.
I was most keen to see the savior of Canobras with my own eyes. Why not come share your table in a cozy tavern?
Your Majesty, we were just... I'll have them arrange.
Ubeth, finally recovering from the shock, bolts to her feet.
Calm yourself, Commander. I deliberately came here without any fanfare because I did not wish to draw attention away from our honored hero here. My personal guard and the force I brought with me are standing watch outside the city. I ordered all your sentries to stand down. They also deserve a break. Every person who tirelessly fought to save Canobras will enjoy themselves today. And my reinforcements will ensure peace and order.
Will you join our celebration, Your Majesty?
Please, don't Your Majesty me. We are in a tavern, not my court in Nerosian. Address me as you would any comrade in arms.
Oh, I like it. Nerosian.
Concerning the celebration, as you can see, I already invited myself. I couldn't pass up the chance to meet the new hero all the Crusaders are talking about. And soon, not just Crusaders.
We all need to get some rest.
Because grand new deeds lie ahead, yes?
Your Majesty, my dear cousin.
Count, I admit I was surprised to learn that you valiantly joined the ranks of the city's defenders. Pleasantly surprised.
I live to please you, my queen. My first thought when Discari cruelly robbed us of noble Terendelev and half of Canobras' crusaders in one fell swoop was of you, my queen, and of how these events would weigh heavily on you. No one could have foreseen the demon attack, and we have so successfully held the defense here for 4 heroic crusades.
I'm going to drown him in the nearest well this very night.
I value your dedication and your eloquence. I hope you will continue to aid our soldiers.
Not a chance. You know that I am not made for the front lines. Excellent bash, but alas, I really must go. Important matters to be getting on with. A new shipment of wine from Keonin and 3 beautiful creatures of the same provenance. But I will most assuredly come to say my farewells before your army departs on its campaign, which, wherever it may lead you, will undoubtedly be crowned with victory.
I shall hold you to that, Count. And now allow me to devote some time to the hero of the evening. I did not come here solely to give you this chance to celebrate, but all serious discussions and official announcements can wait until tomorrow. I have big, big plans for all of you, especially for you. But I want to keep you in suspense for a little while longer, so I shan't say another word. Let us mark this victory. My first toast is to you, the hero of Canobras. Now, what are we drinking?
The fires of Canobras have died down. Now the army's path leads to the walls of Dresden, a fallen citadel that the Crusaders have been trying in vain to reclaim for 70 years. The new piece on the board might give their efforts some added momentum.
To Dresden. Fight for Canobras marked the beginning of the Fifth Crusade. that him next to Erebeth, the hero?
Rise, warriors. Today is a day of sorrow and pride. Sorrow because we weep for our brothers and sisters who perished in Canobris. Pride because despite demonic treachery, our heroes repelled the attack and saved the city. I, Queen Godfrey of Mendev, declare this day the first day of the Fifth Crusade. And I am glad to introduce the one who will lead the attack on the forces of the Abyss. The hero of Canobris, Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade. Your leader from now unto victory or death. And now it's time to rest. Everyone is dismissed.
Yay.
There, the troop review is finished. I'll give you some time to look around the camp, and then I shall expect your presence at headquarters.
Okay. What the?
Let us bide our time.
That's my reason.
Follow my steps.
Okay. Storyteller's here. Storyteller, allow me to congratulate you on your victory and on acquiring mythical powers capable of casting down the strongest of demons. Have you decided to join the Crusade, Storyteller? I have decided not to, I'm afraid. My path and the path of the Crusade lead in the same direction, but alas, they are not yet one and the same. After the demons were driven away from Canabris, the path into the World Rune became open, if only temporarily. I'm planning on using this opportunity to visit... The elf falls silent. It doesn't matter now. I'd hate to bore you with the details of my venture, which may prove useless even for myself. However, I'll try to return to the Crusaders and aid them in their confrontation with the demons after I'm done. I hope to meet you again, in this world rather than the next. I was gonna leave for a bit, no. I found another page we're looking for from the Grey Garrison. Storyteller carefully takes your find. Yes, you're right. Another piece of evidence from the past I've forgotten. The old elf's expression becomes withdrawn. The storyteller clenches the pages you brought. His voice becomes a bit younger and more energetic. My hand touches the stone wall. The cold pierces my palm like the teeth of a hungry dog sinking into a piece of meat. I don't take my hand away. I let the stone enjoy my warmth in return for its service. It accepts my caress and my unasked question. The one it's been asked thousands upon thousands of times. Where should I go next? Behind me I hear the loud stomping of the minotaurs that guard this god's forsaken place. I tricked and outwitted them, leaving only a trace of my presence. There is darkness lurking up ahead, honing its swords, claws and teeth in the hope that a rare traveller visits its lair. But today it will get no one. This labyrinth is alive. Its red-veined stone walls resemble the guts of a huge creature. If you keep still and listen closely, you can hear it breathing in the wind that sweeps through this place. Where do I go from here? Forward? To the place whence the wind carried a faint chuckle? Whence comes the faint smell of ash? Whence a few ages ago Demon Lord Baphomet began his great escape? The hell? Minotaur in a labyrinth? Oh no. Let's say he chases you and you can't kill him and you can find your way out. to Baphomet. Talk about Baphomet, are you inside his labyrinth? Yes, I'm travelling through the Ivory Labyrinth. This is not the most pleasant of my journeys, but it is necessary to reach my goal. How are you able to evade all the dangers of the Ivory Labyrinth? The storyteller raises his chin proudly. Have you forgotten who you're speaking to? I am the last Archmage of Aeon. I have been to many dangerous places, and this is just one of the many. It won't be the last. What do you need from the Ivory Labyrinth? An answer to a question. A key to a secret. Knowledge that can save many lives. A sliver of a smile appears on the storyteller's lips. My kinfolk were weaklings and cowards. They ran from danger, but one stood up to my enemy. And Baphomet will give me the weapon to win. For several years I've thought about how to defeat Earthfall. My enemy has no flesh and is impossible to kill. It blazes through everything in its path. It doesn't enslave but destroys life itself. And I have found the answer. I know how to save my world. Earthfall came to destroy Golarion. Its strike was brutal and my world barely withstood it. But what if Earthfall was resisted by not one world, but several worlds at once? What if Heaven or Elysium come to help the dying Golarion? If I manage to merge my world with another one, meld them together, the power of the disaster will weaken. The denizens of Golarion will be able to temporarily take shelter in the adjacent plane. Civilizations will not die. Our culture will continue to exist. We will not be forgotten. No way. You're saying the storyteller? Let's say he caused the world wound. Trying to create a rift to heaven, we created a rift to hell instead. Let's say he caused it. Baphomet, the cunning and insidious Lord of Minotaurs, was once a captive in Asmodeus' prison. But only 10 years passed before Baphomet was able to escape, taking his own prison with him, which later became the Ivory Labyrinth. In Asmodeus' prison. Who's that again? Such an achievement deserves respect, and it is the goal of my research. Moving matter between planes is what interests me now. I stop near strange symbols covering the wall of the labyrinth. I run my hand over them to ensure they're real. Encrypted riddles drawn by Baphomet during his imprisonment. I take out the bark-covered notebook and painstakingly copy the symbols into it. Behind me, 2 minotaurs are fighting, deceived by the net of spells I've wrapped around myself like a blanket. We need to find his notebook, and his bark-covered notebook. The bark-covered notebook, the one your mentor gave you. The storyteller lowers his head, but a moment later jerks it back up. Yes, blinded by my pride, I tore it to pieces when I thought I would not follow my kinfolk. I am still not going to run, but the knowledge written in this notebook by my former mentor might serve my purpose. They travelled to a different plane, the elves, didn't they? Escape Earthfall. This moves the whole world. The storyteller moved the whole world to another plane. Let's save it. The elves managed to open a portal to Sovereign. and keep it open until all our people escape from Galarian. Their cowardice deserves disdain, but their knowledge is unquestionable. I returned to Keonin and gathered the pieces of my torn notebook. Now it is my sword aimed at the heart of Earthfall. By combining the wisdom of elves and the cunning of Baphomet, I will save the world. You want to connect the planes? Isn't that dangerous? The elf is silent for a moment. When he talks, there is disdain in his voice. Dangerous, difficult, almost impossible. But tell me, is this risk not worth the Thassalan Empire perishing before my eyes? Does Golgan, the Cyclops' kingdom, deserve death? What about the Aboleth Empire? The storyteller moves his lips silently. Another plane will pay for saving Galarian. There will be wars, and then a new world will come. But we will survive. We will defeat Earthfall, and history will not condemn the victors. Don't say... sent the meteor to hell. Yeah. Is that why they're attacking us or something? What happened next? I copied the strange symbols into the notebook. I haven't the slightest idea what these scribbles mean. What was the future Demon Lord thinking when he wrote them, while he was imprisoned in a cell with no way out? Was he still in his right mind? I will need help to understand these notes. Otherwise decrypting them might take more time than Pharasma has given me. Goddess of Death. One of the minotaurs behind me killed the other one, tore his heart out and devoured it. His blood-stained nose sniffs the air sharply. His bloodshot eyes shift from wall to wall. He senses a stranger, but he doesn't scare me. I'm certain of my powers and the spells hiding me. I've done my work and can now leave this place. And still I linger. What is this strange presence I feel behind me? Like someone is watching me, despite all the protective spells. Who are you? I ask carefully, not hoping for an answer. Darkness. A coy female voice whispers in my ear. Against my will, I shudder. The storyteller stops talking for a long while. The vision ended at the most interesting moment, didn't it? He says bitterly at last. Please find the rest of the pages from this bark-covered book. I must know what happened next. Something. Some of my items. Oh yeah, can you restore that thing now? Give the storyteller the broken buckle and the necessary materials to restore it. Broken gold buckle. The elf cautiously uncorks the vials and begins to work his enchantments. The essence evaporates, turning into light that streams onto the buckle. The light thickens, becoming gold. The Covenant of the Inheritor. That's the name of this relic. This buckle once adorned the belt of a glorious knight from Mendev. It is the embodiment of a promise made to a young girl by a powerful deity. A great promise that has changed much in the world. The Hand of the Inheritor. Promise to a young girl. When you touch the restored relic, a strange vision comes to you. It's as if you can see the events that happened to it in the past. A burning sensation spreads across your chest from the very spot where your mysterious wound sometimes opens. What is this? The influence of the storyteller's spells? Or is it something else? Storyteller, I had a vision. The old elf frowns. How strange. You are a remarkable mortal. No one has ever shared my visions before. What do you think caused it? Perhaps these things have something to do with your destiny. or the fate of someone related to you. I do not have an answer, only advice. Seek out such relics, look for what links them all, and you will know the truth. Thank you, storyteller. Return with new stories. I will be waiting.
Let's head out.
No. The symbol of Iomade, when placed on the bell, emits a holy aura. All party members within 30 feet get a +2 bonus to caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. And their weapons become good aligned and count as if they were made of cold iron. Oh my god. Spells overcome enemies +2 to spell resistance. Oh, it's usable. Insane. Awesome. Can they take? Oh my god. Close. What about, anyway, get about there. Hope we meet this guy in Baphomet soon. I have numerous questions for them. Let's do. Commander's tent. Schneider's damage. WOTR, Hawkblade. Hey. Garfield. Respect, Commander. I hope you will be able to spare me some time after all the formality. Queen Guthrie. The Queen greets you with a stare. She has dropped the pompous air with which she had just announced the Fifth Crusade. The face of the ruler of Mendev appears calm and thoughtful. She has made her move and now awaits her opponent's reply.
Commander, I'm satisfied with the troop review, but I do not expect they will be sufficient for the task. You will have to prove yourself a shrewd leader and hire the necessary troops with the provided funds. I have chosen a target for your campaign, and that target is Dresden, our lost outpost within the World Wound. The Sword of Valor was kept there, a banner that was once carried by Iomade herself. Our greatest relic was lost when the city fell. I should make one thing clear from the start. The Sword of Valor is no mere symbol, but a powerful weapon against demons. The holiness of the banner weakens them and robs them of one of their most dangerous abilities, teleportation.
Oh, we have that sword.
A forced march to Dresden awaits you. The Sword of Valor is kept somewhere within the Citadel. The demons probably think it's a hunting trophy. Its recovery is just as important as retaking the city itself. I hope the task is clear. I'm sending 2 specialists to help you, along with the soldiers. A historian, Nura Denduar, and a cleric, Social Dainik.
Nura Denduar. The Queen nods to the human man and the young halfling woman standing next to her. But the Sword of Valor is different to the Radiance we got.
One of the famous inquisitors of the Church of Iomade also wants to talk to you. The Honorable Leota, whom everyone calls Hawkblade.
I do not wish to keep you, Commander. The matter I must discuss with you is extremely important, but it is not directly related to the Crusade. You no doubt wish to meet your new comrades and speak with Her Majesty. Therefore, I shall leave you now, but I ask that you seek me out in the camp at your earliest convenience.
Listen, it's amazing here. It's like I'm in a ballad. There's knights in shining armor, deadly dangers, glorious feats. We are going to show those demons. I'm so tired of sitting in a library reading books about history. It's time I took part in it.
Nindy 2.0.
I'm glad to help our cause, Commander. If you have some time later, I'd like to speak with you further.
You'll have plenty of time to talk. You're the Knight Commander's people now, his trusted advisors and companions. Now then, will you please leave us? Irabeth, you can go too.
May that defend his heart. I never imagined you'd make me the commander of the new crusade.
Some actions may be deemed bold, or even extreme. And beyond those, there are some you might call the Queen's last resort. I am not a simple monarch. I am at war with the Abyss, a war which has lasted over 100 years. I cannot allow myself the luxury of caution. In you, I see a chance, and I am willing to stake everything on it. However, you cannot blame me for putting you in charge of the Crusade. I only formalized what had already happened in the hearts and minds of many. People spoke of the power that descended upon you and helped you save the Wardstones from corruption and total destruction. Word of this feat quickly spread far beyond the borders of Mendev. There was no other person who could better fit the role of Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade.
Did you know that the souls of angels from heaven were confined in the Wardstone?
I had guessed as much. Many angels fought alongside us in the First Crusade. Heaven was unable to mobilize its full might to aid us, but individual Celestials volunteered to fight for our cause. Then one day, they all vanished, saying that they were setting off on an important mission. Not long after, Iomede's herald erected the first Wardstone in Kenobris, and then the others in cities across Mendev. Even back then, I had nagging doubts, but my faith in Iomede easily assuaged them. It is for us to serve the goddess after all, not to question her works. In any case, I am glad you did not allow the demons to commit sacrilege and gain control over the Wardstone in Kenobris. We might have lost one of the Wardstones, but the chain is still standing.
You should know that I received an unusual gift in the caves beneath Kenobris. In a vision I saw the death of an angel called Lariel. Somehow he was able to grant me the ability to reveal the light of heaven.
Lariel. I knew him. He disappeared shortly before the world wound grew, and Dresden fell into the enemy's hands. In the chaos, we had more important concerns than investigating the fate of a single angel. Even one so righteous and beloved as Lariel. And afterward, matters took a turn for the worse. The angels left us to go on this special mission. It is so strange to hear the names I used to hear when I was young, like getting a message from the past. It is sad news, but it brings me back to the times when we strongly believed in our victory, and we rushed headlong toward it without fear. Could it be that such times have come again?
Do you remember this?
This. I thought this relic was destroyed many years ago. How strange it is to see it whole again. At one time, it gave me hope. I am pleased that this object will serve the Crusade once more.
No. What can it turn? I'd like to keep wearing this ring.
Then so you shall. What matters is that the Covenant of the Inheritor has been recovered. Perhaps it should be in your hands now, because you have greater need of it. But should you ever feel that you no longer need this relic, I ask that you give it to me. I would be delighted to touch it again.
What are you going to do?
Overlooking a spot of insubordination just at the moment. However, I shall answer you. I shall prepare the defenses at Nerosian and all the other border cities and plan the future of the Fifth Crusade. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Knight Commander?
My queen, I had asked you to remain with us. Dresden campaign is the hope of the Crusade, and the blessing of Iomade that you carry may be decisive in this battle.
What is this I hear? A polite attempt to appeal to the conscience of an old sovereign? I don't know if you realize what you're suggesting. If our enemies in the depths of the wound were to discover that I was with your army, they would immediately send their most vicious demons to attack. They would stop at nothing to be rid of me, and thereby sow chaos across Mendev. But you are right. I shouldn't be sitting it out in the rear. I am a warrior queen, and a queen of warriors. Yet my fighters have forgotten what I look like. Fine. I shall join the Crusade, but on my own terms. First, I shall assemble my entourage and lead the parade out of the camp. I shall catch up with you later, along with a few hand-picked bodyguards. We'll change our armor, and I'll become a knight of a minor order and join the troops incognito. Until we approach Dresden, no one should know I am among you. But before we storm the city, I shall show myself to the troops and join the battle. Let it be a surprise for the demons. I hope you won't complain of my company on the road, Commander, since you were the one who insisted upon it. Do you have any other questions?
I have some questions about my mission to retake Dresden.
Of course. I shall answer.
How did the demons manage to conquer Dresden?
That's a good question. Its walls were built by dwarf craftsmen, and the power of the Sword of Valor protected the city. Alas, where raging hordes failed, a single lying tongue was all they needed to succeed. The demoness Minago convinced a young and ambitious crusader named Staunton Vane that the banner belonged on the battlefield. He went on a daring and unapproved raid, and the banner ended up in the enemy's hands. The city fell soon after. Ever since then, for 7 decades, it has served as a citadel for the forces of the Abyss.
It's been decades and no one has managed to retake the city. Why do you think we're different?
We have a chance now that we haven't seen in decades. But it's more than that. You created this chance for us by foiling the demons' plans in Canabris. The army who attacked the city came straight from Dresden. Demon hordes from the Abyss are usually encamped there, but many of them perished on the streets of Canabris. We must attack swiftly, before they can restore their forces. When the city is free and the Sword of Valor appears before our soldiers, they won't be sending in any more reinforcements. Demons cannot teleport into an area protected by the banner of the goddess.
What about the long-term goals? Do you know how to get rid of the world wound forever?
Now you are talking like a real knight commander. However, answering your question is not easy. To win this war, we must bar the demon's way. There are a few planar rifts leading to the Abyss across the territory we call the World Wound. The best specialists we could find have tried to close them on separate occasions, with no success, as you may have guessed. The World Wound is more than just a chain of portals to the Abyss. We do not understand its nature yet. The methods of rift closure known to magical science simply do not work here. However, we have a hypothesis, and a rather well-grounded one, that we must begin at the source of the problem, the place where the World Wound was opened. The main rift lies through the city of Iz, and the Threshold Fortress, deep in the former lands of Socorus. We have never managed to fight our way so far and gain a foothold to allow the mages to explore the origins of the World Wound. So, the next step, after you succeed in Dresden, is an offensive push deeper into the World Wound, with the aim of reaching Threshold, the very threshold of the Abyss.
Forces are at my disposal.
Everyone we saw today at the parade. First among them, the Eagle Watch, who remain a powerful force thanks to Irabeth's resourcefulness. Also marching with you are several minor knightly orders, as the minor volunteer units like to be called. And finally, I have personally selected some recruits from Neurosian. They have little in the way of battle experience, but great determination and a thirst to prove themselves. I've always thought that an army benefits from at least one such unit. These forces, as I said, are not enough for a march on Dresden. You will have to hire additional troops with the funds that have been provided to you. But for a brave commander, and I hope you are one, that is just the beginning. If you retake Dresden, recover the holy power of the Sword of Valor, and gain a foothold in the region, then new armies will join under your banner. The Fifth Crusade is only beginning. Many battles and victories lie ahead.
Saw Staunton Vane and the great garrison. He defected to the demon's side.
Oh, really? I wasn't informed of this. After Dresden fell because of Staunton, he was nearly sentenced to death. He deserved it. In wartime, men are hanged for far less. But you have no idea what a terrible sight it is. A raging crowd of crusaders baying for blood. Never have my fighters looked so much like the demons we are fighting. I commuted Staunton's sentence and stripped him of his rank. Not just for him, but for my army and my country. We are not Hell Knights. We do not maintain discipline with public executions.
Tough choice, I understand.
Thank you for your support. The longer you live, the more things you do, and the more criticism you endure. Today, many blame me for all manner of reasons, and few try to understand my actions. Your words warm my soul. Wonderful.
Task is clear.
Splendid. Ah, yes. We have one final matter to attend to. It should be rather enjoyable. Count, there you are. You received my instruction?
T-Win.
I did, though I did not have time to read the thing before I was dragged before your majesty. In truth, I was readying myself to depart.
No matter. I trust you will forgive your sovereign for the rather brusque summons, especially when you learn what prompted it. As you are aware, he has recently been appointed my Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade. I spent a long while pondering whom to appoint to the highly sensitive post of Commander's Field Attaché and Advisor Plenipotentiary without portfolio. Congratulations, Count.
It is a great honor, I suppose.
Damon's cool expression wavers. He seems not to be fully cognizant of what is happening. That, or is holding himself tightly in check. I have no need of this advisor. A wonderful gesture, Your Majesty. I imagine our dear Count here would have been inconsolable if you hadn't given him this chance to serve the common cause.
I knew you would approve, Commander. I had my doubts about whether you were ready for such a responsibility, Count, but your conduct in Kenobris has put my mind at ease. So, you will travel with the troops to Dresden. Only the commander may remove you from your post. But I trust that you will dutifully fulfill his orders and make a good showing of yourself. Especially since word of your appointment, Count, will reach the court at any moment. All of Mendev's nobility will be following your successes in service to the nation, including all of your devoted admirers. I even heard that one bard with whom you are particularly friendly has already begun composing a ballad to honor your heroic participation in the crusade and your faithful service to the commander here.
Your largesse truly knows no bounds, dear cousin. I am most gratified by the honor you have shown me.
The Count offers a bow, either as a sign of respect or in order to hide his flushed face. Only the barest quiver can be heard in his voice.
Then let's get going. May Iomade help us. Nevia sweeps an inquisitive glance over you. So tell me straight, how'd that brawl at the Grey Garrison end? I heard the rumors, of course. It's kind of my job, you know, to listen. You've no idea what cobblers the Crusaders say about you. Some say that Iomade came to you and appointed you her herald. Others say that you died, and an honest-to-God's angel is now leading the army disguised as you. Still, others say it was just an explosion at an alchemist's lab, and I'm the one spreading rumors about your powers. I wish. But you know, you really have changed since the Great Garrison. It's hard to describe, but you've become kind of... Nevia waves her hand, trying to find a word. Stronger? More dangerous? I have a gut instinct about these things. If I didn't, I'd already be dead. You're dangerous, Commander, and by death now I hope you'll be dangerous to our enemies, and not to us. Or to yourself. Thanks for asking. Alright, watch yourself now. We do. Ooh.
Let us be careful.
Yeah. Find his chest. Game Night Commander.
Observe the others. Learn from their mistakes before they learn from yours. Tread lightly.
Tier baits 10. Half plate of vigor. Ooh. +2 to constitution. Oh damn. What is armor then? Book. Adventures of a Fearless Crusader, Briggy the Sausage Maker. Wait, have we done this one? Yeah. Done one. This massive bed is clean and neatly made. Only commanding officers are allowed such luxury during marches. Rubeth. Commander, allow me to say something. Rubeth looks even more serious than usual. Before you, this wasn't a war. It was agony drawn out over decades. No one believed in victory anymore. When the demons attacked the city, for some it was a relief. At least the end had come. They laid down their weapons and surrendered without a fight. I felt the same thing, but I somehow got through on stubbornness and the vague hope that if nobody found Nevia's body, she might by some miracle have survived. And that miracle was you. You returned my beloved to me when I nearly lost all hope of seeing her alive again. Then you went on a suicide mission to the Great Garrison and won the city back for us. You turned a defeat into a victory. I know it wasn't easy, but you make everything seem so effortless. You do everything just like that, he says with a snap of her fingers. The Queen believes in your powers too, but for me they're just more proof of what I felt that day when I saw Nevia alive, standing next to you. You're the miracle we've been waiting for. You're the one who will finally put an end to this terrible war, and in spite of everything, deliver us the victory we so desperately need. With you, I'm sure this crusade will achieve what the others could not. But I found this scabbard with your family name on it in the Great Garrison. Ubeth looks down. The scabbard held the solemn hour, my family's sword. My father once fought with it, and I took it when I left home to become a paladin. Alas, it was not stolen. I parted with my heirloom willingly to help someone dear to me. Nevia needed expensive healing, and having no other way to procure the money, I pawned my father's sword. I think he would have understood. I'm sure he would have given up everything to help the family. I hoped to redeem the solemn hour eventually, but there was never enough money, and soon the sword disappeared from the pawn shop altogether. I have no idea who took it. Seems like I'll have to part with my father's sword forever. Is Nevia sick? You'll forgive me if I don't go into detail. It's a private matter. Suffice to say, everything is fine now. The treatment was costly, but it was worth it. I can see that you truly love her. A delicate blush appears on Iribeth's cheeks. She nods silently. Iribeth lovingly traces the name imprinted in silver on the scabbard's leather. My parents were loyal servants, yet it wasn't enough to earn them a title or a coat of arms. Still, however humble our name might be, it is worth something. I don't care if I'll ever see the solemn hour again, but at least I have its scabbard back. Thank you. So it turns out that the Queen has her head of counterintelligence watching me. I wonder why. You think the Queen doesn't trust you? If that were true, she wouldn't have put you in charge of this army. My main task is to be your advisor until you've gained enough experience as a commander. As for counterintelligence, Nevia and I were tasked with keeping an eye on your inner circle. But you're not under suspicion, Commander. You're under our protection. It's hard to believe your origin is so humble. You deserve a noble title more than many who inherit them. Ubeth's cheeks blush a little. Thank you, Commander. It's an honor to hear that, especially from you. Every noble family begins somewhere. You must have heard this recent story from the Stolen Lands and the River Kingdoms. Just imagine coming from nowhere and making it all the way to a royal crown in just a few years. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I managed to distinguish myself somehow. But then I push away such unworthy, selfish thoughts, of course. We don't fight for rewards. The fate of the world is at stake, and yet Iribeth's blush deepens, falls silent. We need reinforcements. Can you get us more soldiers? Iribeth frowns. When we began the march on Dresden, we chose speed over numbers. If I order more volunteers to be recruited, they simply won't arrive in time. We could pay mages to deliver the troops to the camp, except I doubt that our army's coffers could afford it. If you can spare 7,500 gold coins, I will see to our reinforcement. Do it. Pay 7,500 coins. You have your orders. Merging and splitting units. If two of your armies stand next to each other on the global map, you can transfer units between them by clicking the button that appears next to the army's name. Upon exchanging troops, the number of movement points of each army will come equal to the lowest. Army management screen. Set your unit's starting position at the beginning of combat. Split your units using control or shift. And also create a new army. Consider it done, Commander. Ubeth says goodbye with a short bow.
I'm gone.
Nureddin, the historian. Hilor and the Secrets of the Needle Glens. The Secrets of the Needle Glen. Book the second of the astonishing exploits of Venture Captain Hilor, published by the Pathfinder Society. The skeptical ranger followed Hilor, who skirted the glade and cautiously surveyed the forest around them. If you're hoping to find someone here, Captain, you're wasting your time. The Needle Glens are totally uninhabited. A wild animal might stray into these parts, but there are no people here. Tell me, began the Venture Captain, drawing out the words, what is the secret to this place? The World Wound is a stone's throw away, but the Needle Glens look like an ordinary healthy forest. No bubbling mould on the ground, no trees that are identical down to the last leaf, no trace of demons whatsoever. The ranger answered after a long pause. I don't know for sure, Captain, but people have different theories. Some say that the Needle Glens are cursed by forces that came to this world before the demons. Horrible creatures that could addle your mind with a single look. People say that's why the demons avoid this place. They're afraid. Hilor scoffed. His guide's tale was surely nothing but a cock and bull story, but the idea of his quarry hiding at the very heart of a place thought to pose a dire threat to her, well, he couldn't help but being tickled by that. The Spinner of Nightmares trail led here, to this strange wood. There was no doubt about that, but how did she ever find the way here? Hilor fished his tracker's monocle out from the depths of his pack and clipped it onto his nose, looked up, and let out a full-bellied laugh. I can't fault the Harridan for her ingenuity. She might have changed up her nasty tricks, knowing the arsenal I carry. Follow me. The ranger scoffed in disbelief. The forest remained as much a mystery to him as before, but Hilor's gaze, directed as it was through the eye of truth, effortlessly picked out the magical notches on the tree trunks, leading to an as yet unknown destination. Illusion spells. That one. That one. Nura. My commander, how can I help? There's much I can do, just ask. Nura looks at you with eyes filled with enthusiasm. She's holding a notebook and a traveller's inkwell. You've probably heard about the wound I have. The one that sometimes opens on my chest. Can you perhaps tell me if it's some kind of demonic curse? Yes, indeed. I've been told of your infliction. Nura appears at the center of your chest. Can you will the wound to open? No? That's a shame. What can you tell me about the wound? Well, it's difficult to say. I know of blades that leave never healing cuts, of poisons that stop wounds from healing. I've heard of witches' curses that are rewarded with eternal wounds. But wounds that seem to reopen and heal over and over? Have you heard of other cases like this? Let's think. In the year 4671, a Mendevian army corporal had all his bones and cartilage turned to glass. In the year 4700, a scribe in Canabris had all her skin simply come away like she'd been boiled. And in the year 4638, oh, you don't happen to have insects crawling all over you? Locusts? No? Rats? Too bad. Nero looks at you with genuine regret. You think it's dangerous? It most likely is dangerous, but you are under the protection of Iomade, Commander. She granted you mythic power, as they say. Surely the Inheritor will not leave you to face this alone. Have you perhaps noticed that the wound opens at moments when you waver in your faith? Perhaps it is triggered by doubt. Frowning, Nura looks at you with sincere concern. Thank you for your answers, Nura. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you anything useful. I'll be sure to study this matter and consult a few of my encyclopedias. Can you tell me about the history of the world wound? Oh, I could talk about that for hours. What exactly do you want to know? How did the world wound come to be? It happened the year Aradin died, in the year 4606, a little over a century ago. No one knows if the timing was coincidental, or if there's some connection with Aradin's death. But I'll tell you what we do know. The priests and shamans who ruled Sarkoris hated arcane magic and all who practiced it. Wizards and sorcerers were driven from the land, or worse. One of their prisons held a witch named Arilu Vorlish. We know nothing about her besides her name and of course the atrocity she committed, the opening of the world wound. By some unknown method she managed to harness the terrible power of the demon lord Descari. Together they tore open the barrier between worlds, opening a rift to the abyss in the very middle of Sarkoris. The world wound slowly but mercilessly expanded, devouring more and more land. In a matter of years, Sarkoris was a memory. After a moment of silence, Nura adds softly, "Sometimes I think, what did they do to Arilu in that prison? Just imagine, she was ready to give herself to the abyss, if only the demons might devour her torturers along with her. To imagine such hatred, it terrifies me." Tell me about old Sarkoris. It was an unforgiving country, inhabited by numerous tribes of Kelid barbarians. Imagine Numeria, with the barbarians, but without the metal mountains, or the realm of the mammoth lords, but with a milder climate. That's Sarkoris. The country was ruled by priests of forgotten deities and shamans. It's said that even back then, before the world wound, the boundary between worlds was especially thin in this region. Since ancient times, Descari has had his claws sunk deep into the minds of the locals. His cults thrived here for many centuries. Aradin tried to stamp them out, but in the end, of course, he passed away. The hero Aradin was the immortal Aslanti, who raised the Starstone from the bottom of the inner sea, and in so doing founded the city of Absalom and ascended to godhood. The Starstone from the bottom of the sea came from Aslanti, the first human civilization, which was ruled by the Aboleths in the sea. It's immortal. aboleths. Who caused Earthfall, giant meteor. Prophecy told of Aradin's return to Galarian and the beginning of a new age of glory. On the eve of his return, however, his clerics were cut off from his power, and terrible storms racked the world. Now presumed dead, Aradin's demise ushered in the current age of lost omens. Is Aradin going to return soon? Like, are we becoming Aradin? Reincarnated or something? Tell me about the First Crusade. Began in the year 4622. Yes, it took the church and the secular authorities nearly 2 decades and hundreds of thousands of lives before they decided to take action on the world wound. In the meantime, Sarkoris was only supported by handfuls of volunteers. By the time the Crusade began, the demons had already invaded Mendeb. The Crusaders punished them, pushed them back in what must have seemed a total triumph at the time, the forces of good easily crushing the demons on all fronts. Then they erected the city of Dresden on the lands they conquered, an indestructible fortress and the capital of the Crusader movement. In the year 4630, 8 years later after it began, the First Crusade was declared victorious. It was the first triumph of the Crusaders, and unfortunately, the last. Tell me about the Second Crusade. In the year 4638, the world wound suddenly started expanding, and a new wave of demons appeared. Another 8 years later, the Crusaders were all but delighted. Last time they routed the forces of the Abyss and they welcomed another chance to prove themselves. But this time, everything was different. Instead of scattered gangs, they faced a large and organized army. Dresden was besieged and the Crusaders lost all the lands they'd won back before. They had to retreat and all that remained of Sarkoris was left to the demons. But while the monsters were devouring the unprotected lands, the Crusaders erected a chain of ward stones along the border with the world wound. We have Iomade and her herald to thank for their help. It was the Second Crusade's only victory, but it halted the wound's growth. The catastrophe had become a stalemate at the cost of tremendous sacrifice. Tell me about the Third Crusade. About 50 years after the opening of the world wound, Iscari found an ally, Baphomet. Baphomet entered the war, a cunning and insidious demon lord who prefers deception to open conquest. He sets his enemies against each other and lures the virtuous onto the path of wickedness. Traitors appeared among the Crusaders, secret agents of his cult. For a time, no one suspected a thing, even as they watched helplessly as the Crusader movement fell to ruin. Where once valor proudly stood, now greed and dumb cruelty reigned, and outrage was drowned in apathy. In the year 4665, and 10-15 years later or something, the church announced a new crusade, hoping to boost morale. They didn't succeed, to put it mildly. Some fought the demons in earnest, and for a time they even dared to hope to retake Dresden. But the Third Crusade would be remembered as a witch hunt, in every sense. Inquisitors hoped to purge any cultists from the ranks of fighters, but instead they got a barrage of denunciations, widespread suspicion, and innocent victims. It sometimes happened that two orders would denounce each other as traitors and wipe each other out, much to the demons' delight. Just 3 years later, the church put the disgrace to an end. Of all the crusades, that one was the least glorious. Tell me about the Fourth Crusade. Of course, the demons had no intention of sitting quietly caged behind the ward stones. They kept attacking Canabris, trying to reach the stone and destroy it, or just scratch its surface. Or, even if that wasn't possible, befoul it. The Crusaders drove the demons away from the city again and again. The Fourth Crusade would last for 15 years. An exhausting study in positional warfare. The demons attacked, and they were pushed back. The Crusaders went on the offensive, but were forced to retreat. And all the while, the losses were tremendous. The Fourth Crusade's only achievement was that they didn't let a single walled stone fall. They didn't retake a sliver of land, to say nothing of Dresden. So many lives just to maintain the stalemate. Can imagine how that affected morale. Thank you for your answers. My pleasure. You just have to remember to stop me, or I'll go on about it forever. Tell me about yourself, Nura. Oh my, I could tell you so many amazing things. But you chose the most boring one of all. It's alright, about myself then. Where are you from? Iska, a small piece of land that proudly calls itself a country, though it hasn't been independent for a single day in all the centuries it's existed. They have a lot of national pride, but all of it is borrowed, always looking to the great day when they can at last be free from the rule of Cheliax. And the most military nations in the Sea region, with control of the passage between the Inner Sea and the Arcadian Ocean, and a lot of the trade. Cheliax suffers from extreme diabolism and tyranny, which prevent it from truly achieving its full potential. Internal observers, including the new nobility from Cheliax, firmly believe that Asmodeus and Hell serve Cheliax and assist in maintaining the power necessary for Cheliax to assume its rightful role among the leading nations of the Inner Sea. Corrupted tyranny, they believe in worship like gods of demon gods and worshipping. The Iskiri love talking politics. If two of them start bargaining over beats at the market, you can be sure that they'll end up arguing about whether an independent Iska will be a monarchy or a republic. I've always found it funny to listen to, and a little disgusting. You see, there are a lot of us halflings in the country, but very few are citizens. Most are slaves. I was lucky. I've always been clever, ever since I was little, so they sent me to a school instead of making me do the grunt work. They taught me to count and write, and I was sold as a secretary to Lord Axilar Tresbot. Oh my god, he's the one I left Iska with, never to return, I hope. Lord Tresbot. We read a book about him. He was leading some people, fighting some demons, and he was going about this guy being a coward. Bodies of people found on the road. They ran away. And ended up getting eaten by demons. Seems like a bit of a dip. But, how did you escape from slavery though? Can't ask her that. So, you're no longer a slave when you were after working for Trisbal. Do you worship any deity? She makes a wry face. When I was a slave in Iska, they would beat me with a stick to force me into believing in Asmodeus. They hit me and said it was for my own good. Ever since then, I don't like temples. Asmodeus, the king of hell, the master of witches, the prince of law, is the most powerful of the 9 archdevils that inhabit hell. Oh, so they worship hell in Cheliax. The king of hell. Devils, not demons. And he's the only one of hell's rulers to claim full divinity. It is he who is credited with penning the contract of creation, in which his followers believe is hidden in the contract the means for their patrons' eventual rise to supremacy. It's God. Most powerful of the 9 archdevils. Claim divinity. What does that mean? Become a god. I realise there are different gods, like Desna and Caden, who teach goodness and freedom, but it's just, as soon as I smell frankincense, I see the slave driver's stick. Maybe one day I'll be able to turn to a deity without cringing from a blow for not being reverent enough. But for now I let others pray for me. Nura's smile trembles and collapses. Succeeded at a perception check. Nura sounds sincere, but you feel that she's holding something back. How did you come to serve Queen Galfrey? I was a slave of Lord Axilar Trisbot in Isga, my homeland. Oh, what a man he was. He towered over his fellows like a rock over a garbage heap. A true hero. He brought me as a simple secretary, but he made me learn the history of the world wound. All of it, one volume after another. He hired tutors for me, even sent me to meet prominent historians. He didn't want a simple slave, but a slave with an impeccable education. Oh. Does she look after you then? Maybe he is okay. Lord Trisbot was going on a crusade. He firmly believed that the servants of the good gods were weak, and only a follower of Asmodeus could stand against the demon invasion. Still a slave, but he gave you a lot of stuff. He firmly believed only a follower of hell could stand against the demons. He took me along as a secretary, a historian, and most importantly, he entrusted me with recording his glorious story for future generations. In his crusade, Lord Trisbot performed many brave feats, but even he could not stand against the world wound alone. In his final battle with the demons, when my lord realized he was doomed, his final act was to cover my retreat, so that I could tell the world of his great deeds. Some people have said that what he did was not heroic, just an arrogant moron puffing himself up one last time. But I say curse their tongues. My difficult journey ended in Mendo, where I found my freedom. There I published Lord Trisbot's biography, and I don't want to boast, but who am I kidding? Of course I do. The book sold in great numbers and made me rather famous for a time. That's what brought me to the Queen's attention. She invited me to her court. After all, she was curious about my deceased lord, and she was in great need of an expert on the history of the world wound. I hope you'll find me useful as well. So you're not just a historian, but a writer too. Will you write a book about my crusade? Haha, why not? As soon as we finish off the demons, I'll get right to it. Just take care that you don't end up like Lord Trisbot. I have to go. If you have any more questions, come back.
Everyone counts on me. Our duty calls. Follow my steps.
Hello. Hello, nods approvingly. Oh, this Pathfinder guy hunting this nightmare whisperer or something? Whisper of nightmares? Demon? Is it a demon or cult? I don't know. Something took his daughter. Earned the title of Commander. Canabra still stands thanks to you, but you'll have to be doubly on your guard. Your Eminence places a target on your back, and there are assassins about. Killing a high-ranking Crusader would bring a demon far more prestige than killing a common soldier. Not long ago I stymied a few of the Spinner of Nightmare's attempts on the lives of influential Crusaders. So I know what I'm talking about. The Spinner of Nightmare. Which influential Crusaders did you save from the Spinner of Nightmares? I'd been hunting the Spinner of Nightmares for over a year. My agents, by that time I'd created a proper network, reported to me that she'd returned to Nerosian. I immediately suspected that she was planning a great atrocity. By that time I'd learned all too well that the Spinner was the master of illusions and charms. That's why I never left the house without this. Hindle takes the monocle from his pocket and puts it on carefully. This is the Eye of Truth. It allows me to see through illusions. My friend got it from the priests of Nethys. However, neither this monocle nor my network of agents were adequate to prevent the attacks, and we were nearly too late. The Spinner of Nightmares decided to strike at the Cruciform Cathedral. They had gathered to celebrate the victory of the First Crusade. It was a great holiday, and there was a lavish ceremony at the cathedral. An influential priest, Anthoclitus, was in charge of the festivities. They were intending to crown him with a tiara, the symbol of his high status. But the sacred tiara had been replaced. The Spinner had obtained an incutilus, a sentient and rather ominous cephalopod from the other end of the world. She'd raised it from an elver and trained it carefully, and she cast an illusion on it so that everyone would see it as a tiara. The moment its shell was placed on the Anthoclitus' head, the cephalopod would release its tentacles and penetrate the priest's skull. This poison would seep into his brain, and it would seize control over Anthoclitus' dead body. Fortunately, we were able to stop this madness in time. I spotted the Spinner of Nightmares in the crowd, chased her down, and we ended up crossing swords on the roof of the cathedral. I nearly defeated her, but she fled upon a giant stallion. Was able to run across the air as if it were on the ground. Oh, magical horse. I was so close to catching her. She'd suffered a setback, but I let her escape. Pilow's bitter and angry smile shows he hasn't made peace with his failure. Do you know anything about a Pathfinder named Finian Dismar? Pillow rubs his chin. Let me think. Dismar. I definitely heard the name before. Finian the talking weapon. Of course you have. I'm a Pathfinder too. So, now you are the commander in these lands? What about Lady Ori? Ori? When I left for the wound, she had just taken up the position. Pillow examines the talking weapon and chuckles sadly. I'm afraid Ori perished during the Third Crusade. Yes, now I remember. Finian Dismar went missing in the wound at the end of the Second Crusade. His name has been on the list of the fallen for a while. Finian, here I am, alive and well. Write in your list that I'm back and soon I'll file a detailed report about everything that happened to me. Finian's voice is full of joy. I knew it was a misunderstanding, but now everything will return to normal. I need to write to my folks. They probably think I'm dead too. Will shakes his head sadly. Poor lad, but such is the fate of a Pathfinder. We face the unknown, but sometimes the unknown wins, and our mind cannot take it. I don't understand, he's stuck in a weapon in his soul. Oh. I have to go. Good luck. Watch your back. Only trust your closest friends. The enemy is cunning and treacherous. What you said, Commander. It's an honor. Lan, what brings you here? What do you think of what happened in the Great Garrison, Lan? Did you feel a change in yourself? It's hard not to notice when the demons start running away from you like a flock of frightened bats. Powers granted by Iomade to defeat demons. Lan raises his hand above his head and pensively scratches behind his single horn. Since I was a kid, I've taken whatever I've been given and used it as best I can. Anything goes when you're trying to survive. It doesn't matter where your blessings come from. We can think about that when we're old. If we live that long. If we live that long. But you know, this time even I'm not so sure. A divine power that just appears out of nowhere. Sooner or later we'll have to pay for it. I'd like to know what that price will be.
Let's head out.
Grandma Gretlin. A well-dressed old dwarf is lecturing a motley company, shaking her ladle at them belligerently. Noticing you, she flings up her hands. Good afternoon, your commanderess. Do you remember us? We're the group from the next door theatre company, the one you saved in Cannabis, back when you weren't your commanderess yet. As you can see, we've come on the campaign with you. We signed up to clean pots and mend the soldiers' clothes. Keeping up a theatre is expensive, so we all have to take side jobs. But we don't stop what we're doing. We're going to put on a play about your legendary feats. Of course, the crowd scenes are difficult. We can't find the people to play the hordes of demons. And we decided against using a ritual to summon real demons. Luckily, we have Master Kem. He's invented a way to solve this problem using sound. Kem the Sound Master. We caught a pig and some piglets who ran away from a burned out village. The glum and husky half-orc mumbles softly. We put the piglets in a box and scare them a little. And the sound they make is just like an approaching demon horde. Grandma. But the most important question is, of course, who choosing the lead actor who will play the Great Knight Commander. We had a right Barney over it, breaking a number of lances as well as a shovel, a rolling pin and a set of black back scratches. But we just couldn't decide no matter what. Maybe you can help us. We have two candidates that are most suited to the role. One will have the honor of conveying your heroism upon the stage, Commander. Don't you have any other actors who even vaguely resemble me? Grandma. We're a small and poorly funded theatre, and we only have a few actors. But they're all so talented, one of a kind. I've chosen the ones that are the best fit for your role. Trust my vision. I have more than this few successful plays under my belt, Commander. I'm to be played by a Cyclops? It's completely tame, believe me. Has a few issues with articulation, but what a powerful physique. We'll make him a nice costume, wash him up, brush his hair. Truth be told, in our show, you mainly just make short heroic exclamations at the fateful moment, like, onward, or we'll never give up, or my heart burns with courage. Lambkin can definitely handle the script. Or played by a gnome. Not a gnome, two gnomes. Wibbledum and Hierophant are twins. One of them sits on the other's shoulders and puts on the long coat so they can play tall characters. They switch places every so often so each other gets their moment of fame. In that way they can each only have to learn half of the script. Alright, I've made my decision. But the entire crew looks at you, holding their breath. I'll be played by the Gnome Twins. Wonderful! Sorry we took you all the way from important things that heroes and commanders do. We're off to rehearsal. I mean, first we'll wash some pots, then we're off to a rehearsal. Let's go, you lazy lumps, don't embarrass old Grandma now.
Let us be careful.
Chana, Dori. I wonder when I'll see a real battle. Everything so far has just been a warm-up. Ellen. The knight is so absorbed in reading the letter that he takes no notice of you or anything around him. He smiles and seems like he's about to kiss the paper. Oh, did we see... Oh, earlier on in the tavern, Ellen was going to say he wanted to propose to someone. Now he's got a letter and he's smiling at it. Neil Curl. Let's see the coolest, the League of the Inspiring Car. I wish we could set up an official knightly order with that name.
Tread lightly.
Camellia and Hortus, her father. Greetings. The neat smile on Camellia's lips disappears so quickly you almost wonder if you imagined it. What do you think of the powers you received from me? Camellia shrugs nonchalantly. People of noble descent grow accustomed to ample opportunity. The powers I received from you are useful, but I see no point in treating them with excessive piety. So you're Horus's daughter? You discovered my most terrible secret. My father cared so much about the Grum name and he raised me in our mansion. Here we did this. I won't keep you, Commander. August, what are you doing here? August Worm has been expecting you, thumb stuck in his belt. There you are. I've been waiting. As you see, I too have joined the Crusade. I don't know how to swing the sword, but war is costly, and I have money. Besides, my intellect and business sense may prove useful even on the battlefield. Besides, I believe... August shifts awkwardly from foot to foot. I believe I owe you an apology. The way I behaved was rude, ill-mannered. You're an honest and honourable person. You've clawed your way up from the bottom of society to the title of Knight Commander, and you are friends with Queen Galfrey herself. Such persistence deserves respect. August tilts his head in a brief acknowledgement of your merits. Please allow me to give you this magic amulet from my humble personal treasury, to mark our future cooperation. What? Ooh. Like August, like this rich noble, help out and come friendly with him, on good terms, and we have a lot of money behind us now. Why have you decided to support the Crusades now? With all due respect, that's none of your business. I have my reasons. Perhaps I felt a rush of patriotism when Cannabis was destroyed. Anyway, why would you think I never supported the Crusaders? Perhaps I simply don't like to brag about my donations. Ostentatious charity only attracts beggars. I'd wager that Iribeth has no idea whose money she's spending on drinks and supplies. Can you tell me about Count de Winarande? The nobles of Canabris should be acquainted with each other, shouldn't they? He's a brilliant young man with a brilliant pedigree, and that story of his, the nobility is the glue that keeps a society together. I suppose that is why demons so often choose their estates as primary targets. Who would notice the demons' bloody massacres if they only slaughtered poor country folk? The Arundel family shared the tragic plight of the Worms, along with many other members of the nobility. They fell victim to a treacherous attack during a major celebration taking place at their family estate. I hadn't received an invitation and was slightly insulted by the snub, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The gods saved me from a terrible fate. All the guests died that day from a magical demonic disease. I sympathize with the Count deeply. He has endured so much, and it's no wonder he keeps himself aloof from me. I think this is due to the fact that August Worm's fate so resembles his own, and we both have to relive those horrible memories whenever we see each other. Why did you... Give me... No. Of the blackened mirror. Whenever the wearer of this amulet uses a hex. Ah. It's harder for the enemies to resist by one. Oh, that's good for Camellia.
No, just no. Would you please keep this ugly thing away from me? No, just no. No, just no. Would you please keep this ugly thing away from me?
It's a gift from your father.
No, just no. No, just no. Would you please keep this ugly thing away from me? No, just no.
the west, then we Serious L. Milster Gone. Woljif gives you a friendly wave. Hey Chief, wanna talk? What do you think of my new powers? Woljif pauses to think, rubbing his chin. You mean what you did back there? I have a few ideas. We could send you to a Pitax underground arena to fight. Give you a scary name like Swift Sting or something like that. Give you a great cover story. Enemies burn down your house. You're avenging your dead family. You probably eats that stuff up. You'll wear a shiny eye-catching outfit. Or a black one if you like black better. We'll split the prize money 60-40. 60 for me, of course. You know, arranging fights isn't easy. Those people are tough. I'll be taking more risk than you. And after we get set up in Pitax, we'll tour different cities, make some real money. What? You don't like the sound of it? You have any other suggestions? Woljif grins, his yellow eyes lighting up. I got one more. Have you heard of Razmiran? It's some land in the River Kingdoms ruled by a King Razmir. A friend of mine used to live in Razmiran. He got out of there as fast as he could. Long story short, this King Razmir of theirs is a god. He keeps his people under his heel. They're all terrified of what he might do. He sits on his throne wearing some white mask, giving power to anyone. Come and take power from me, he says, so long as you believe in me. Yes, we had to deal with some people from Razmir, didn't we? Leadership changes in Razmir as often as the year. But then that ended in the year 4661, when the land was conquered by Razmir, a tyrant claiming to have ascended to godhood. Woljif quickly checks that no one is eavesdropping. But that friend of mine, the one who fled, is a half-sister on his old man's side who's a cook in the castle, and a washerwoman who the cook plays cards with in the evenings told her a juicy rumour. Word is, Razmir isn't a real god at all, and he's got no powers. So here's my point. You do have powers, pretty scary ones too. We'll find some shabby little kingdom, I'll start some rumours, you'll show off a few tricks to wow the locals, and that's it. We'll make you a deity. But first, I want you to put it in writing that I'll be your chief advisor. I'm not doing anything just on the nod. I've been there. People promise you mountains of gold, and then when it comes to it, they will get lost. And I'll set the dogs on you. So, do you like the idea? It's a great idea. We'll get to work on it just as soon as we get out of this mess. Woljif rubs his hands, pleased. I'm gonna make you such a legend, you'll love it. Surviving Canabris becomes a god. We'll make you a cult that'll put Iomedes to shame. In the meantime, you can think about what you want on your coins. My insurance, don't forget to write that declaration making me your chief advisor. See you later, Woljif. Whatever, you're free to do as you please. I'm Woljif. Steer yourself. Damn it, you again, soldier. Whoa, the mysterious yourself vanished. Who's he? Wilsa Garms? The burly soldier with an impressive beard greets you with a broad smile. Wilsa Garms, the camp quartermaster at your service. How may I be of help? I saw you talking to the girl hiding her face. Who was she and what did she want? I don't know, Commander. She never introduced herself. But I bet she's not a part of our army. I know all our soldiers by name and by sight. Musa frowns gloomily, his cordiality gone in an instant. She was looking for some elf volunteer, wanted to know which tent he was sleeping in. At first I thought she was a messenger from Mendev. He definitely wasn't one of us. But now I see how it all looks mighty shifty. In Quartermaster eyes she was concerned. She was some sort of spy then. Elf volunteer. What are your duties in the camp? A little bit of everything. What's an officer to a soldier? A strict father. So what does this make a quartermaster like myself? Sometimes like their mum. That's what. And make sure the lads have everything they need to defeat the enemy and come back from battle in one piece. Also starts ticking off his fingers. That means food, firewood, medicine, tents, mended clothes, and fixed weapons. The horses have got to be fed and watered, the camp's got to be fortified by the evening, and broken up by the morning. Make sure the wages are paid on time, and the wagon wheels don't squeak. And then there are reports. Gods, until you asked, I never realized how many duties I actually had. What do the soldiers think of their new commander? They mostly tell tales about your unusual power. They don't shy away from talking about you as a person too. Soldiers are always like that. If Iomade herself descended from heaven, you'd bet they'd jabber on about how she equips her sword and how good she looks in her armor. Word is that you possess some special magic and know spells that no one's ever seen in Mendev before. People say you can do all sorts of stunts. Turn into a dragon, throw lightning bolts, fly across the sky. That you specialize in this one spell that lets you carouse and make love all night long without ever flying. I don't know where they got that last one from. We think they weren't righteous warriors of light, but common soldiers, huh? Musa says with a genial smile. Tell me about yourself. The quartermaster looks away sheepishly. Oh, there isn't much to tell, really. I was born in Canabris, in a humble family. I got an education, taught myself to read and write, got drafted into the army, spent 3 years as a shield bearer in the first line. I left after I did my time and joined the stonemasons guild. Then moved on to the shipwrights and rose to a crew chief. Sailed to Iberia twice and returned with goods. Made some money, built a house, but haven't started a family yet. I think I will after we're done with this war. A few years ago, something started gnawing at me. I got this feeling like I needed to go home, that there was a storm headed for my native city, and when there's trouble in Mendev, there's only one thing to do. You go to the recruiter and sign up for the army. And so I did. At first they wanted to make me an infantry sergeant, but then they decided I'd be a better fit in the supply department. I can take care of army property, and I'm pretty handy around a warehouse. Not to mention I know how to manage a band of helpers. And so that's how I became a quartermaster. Also gives you a shy smile and shrugs, as if this was a wholly unremarkable story typical of any crusader. I say, that's pretty awesome. This guy. A nice dude. Has an interesting sort of background, also not a boring one. Show me what you've got then. Heavy shield. flowing scales, it's supposed to see all this magical gear. Mist. Concealed. All this stuff I got. I have 5,000 pounds of stuff here. Bring me down. 28 breastplates, 30 pieces of leather armor, 13 scale mail, 25 chain shirts. 20 heavy shields. This is all the loot from all the enemies, demons and cultists I've killed. Adamantine chainmail. Well, that might be good on oh, it's 10 armor and plus 2 constitution. Holy shit, it's gonna be awesome on Sealer, plus 2 constitution, extra health. Damage reduction. These weapons. They like scythes and scimitars and curved weapons. Well, I've got all the stuff from the demons. The whole army can have it. Well, this. Killed some demons. Magic bag, mate. Breaker. It's 10. It's special. It's just a normal item. God, it sounds like it's actually a proper name, man. Magical item. Wait. remember that later on, War Chief can use different items, so probably Sai and punching daggers. What other kind of different types of daggers are there? We'll keep magical versions of them, that might be good. A magical heavy pick called Bulky Pick. Pickaxe. What's this longsword called? This magical longsword? It's called a very long sword. Good items. Young. What's he got then? Stone? Weapons. This one. Magical dark called Moose. Whenever the wield of this dart confirms a critical hit, the enemy becomes flat-footed. Vulnerable to range. So darts at enemies. Weird. Blade of Order, Scimitar. Highest one of the creature's damage. Well, debuff the enemy's damage, it's not bad. Long spear. Well, it's expensive, 75,000. Longsword, Black Dragon's Fang. Corrosive. Deals additional corrosive damage to all enemies in the 30-foot area whenever it lands a hit. Oh. After this ability has been activated, it can't be activated again for up to 1 to 4 rounds. So. So that would be quite acid damage. What does really think that with her current weapon does more damage? Wow, 613, 9 to 21. Cold iron. Ceremonial Falcata. So the gadgets were +5 all persuasion checks. Whenever the wielder uses dazzling display, all affected enemies suffer 1 to 8 sonic damage. Oh wow. I think she's focused on longsword soon. Damn, this would be good for her. Uses dazzling display. Whenever this side lands a hit, it deals weapon damage. It deals its damage to all adjacent enemies. Wow. Deals additional weapon damage. How much additional? 20 Falcon. Dana. Thematic. Bug Crusher. Deals additional damage against medium or smaller creatures. This is second weapon. S-Stock Nimble Edge. This +1 speed S-Stock confirms a critical hit on an enemy. The wielder gets a +2 morale bonus to dexterity. And each attack they make deals additional 1 to 4 piercing damage. Wow, speed. Critical hits. They gain extra dexterity and additional damage for a while. Which increases your hit chance. That is pretty good if that was on melee and melee. She got it. Be good daggers for War Chief. Or better crossbow. Weapons, armor. Oh, I should give that to one heavy shield, it's one tower shield, really good. This tower shield. Right, yeah. Tower shield proficiency. Adamantine full plate armor. This one. Rock of Nature. Extra armor against natural weapon. Dawn of Life Tower Shield. This tower shield weighs twice as much as usual and limits the wielder's speed to 20 feet. But whenever the wielder receives a critical hit, they're healed for the amount of health equal to the number of their hit die. Heal a bit whenever they are subject to a critical hit. The wearer +1 base to disarm attempts. Instead, the weapon training ability gives that bonus increases to +1. Weapon training raises a rough landing. Against flying enemies. Mighty Fists. +1 bonus on attack and damage bonus. Well, natural armor +1. Mighty Fist +1 for him. For a dog. Camping supplies and rations. I need them now, I guess. Where's the bed now? That's bit as well. Basic cold armor. anything you can see without someone else to tell me. I kinda wanna get like see these just like remind me of Ballet too much right now. I kinda wanna like, you know, get a different character as a tank. Different class. Someone full plate heavy armor. Because the way of like a dodge tank. But I'm not really sure how I feel about that. Dodge tank build. But it's better. Ooh, look that up. Not passing. Other than that, I'm liking the party. New people to me, so seal. Must be a cleric. Oh, he's different to Damon. Kind of liking Damon so far, even though he's a bit evil. Stop there.